welcome to another week of the Abuse Cartoons live stream. So, oh hey Joe, how's it going? Oh, thanks for the like. Yeah, please hit that like on the stream if you're watching. Excellent. I hope everyone's doing okay. It's brutally hot here, and the beginning of the holiday. So this is probably the only week or so of summer holiday that kids are going to get this year because of the lockdown. So it's the hottest part of the year. Yeah, it's insanely hot August, but it's the Obon holiday. Obon is kind of like Day of the Dead, but it's stretched over a week holiday. So basically, at the beginning, you go to the cemetery and pray, and then you bring back the spirits of your ancestors, whoever was buried there, and then you have people visit. It's a very popular time to go back to your hometown and visit grandparents and parents and aunts and uncles, and so that the people that are no longer with you can enjoy kind of the family reunion time. And then at the end of the week, I'm not sure if it's quite exactly a week, then you go back to the cemetery one more time and kind of return them back to the grave. But but it's not actually it's all cremation. So Japanese cemeteries are they're very small shrines, just for family. And and another thing that they do that's kind of interesting is wash the tombstones. And there was a Japanese Canadian woman that I met when I first came here that got really upset because if you don't have relatives, and if you have relatives buried in Japan but you don't live in Japan, your family no longer lives in Japan, and your stone is not well maintained, like the gravesite is not maintained, nobody's visiting it, nobody's cleaning it, and you're not even paying anybody to do that, then sometimes they can just take it. I don't know if it's owned by the temple or the city or whatever, but they can take the space away, which is pretty shocking because that has a lot of meaning. But she said how upset her family was. I think they were all in Canada, but they had relatives buried here, and there was just no one left to tend to the grave, especially during this holiday, and so they just had it taken. Yes. Right. Yeah. So very similar. Yeah, very similar in thinking to Day of the Dead, but maybe just more of a Buddhist slant to it. But so that's what's happening now, and it's incredibly hot. So, and that's the thing I remember my mother-in-law saying to her granddaughter is the water, when you pour the water over the stone, it cools down. It cools down your relatives during the hot summer weather, because it is hot. But yeah, so that's happening now. But I'm just hanging out at home because it's much easier to just be here during this kind of hot time and during the holiday as well. But we'll see. So I hope everyone else is doing. Hey, Sedona. Nice. Yes. Hello to you. Yes, Sedona taking care of her grandma. That's so cool. Very admirable. Yeah, that's something that's so much more rare in the U.S. And I don't know why, because we've got such big houses that American houses are so much bigger. I mean, compared to the tiny sharing bedroom kind of places in Japan, but still there's a lot of multi-generational households here. And a lot of times the kind of a stress of, if you're the oldest son, the stress of getting married is a lot of times you're expected to live with your family or live nearby or something. But so the mother-in-law, the wicked mother-in-law, is a very common trope in Japan, just because the thinking is more traditional, and the new wife becomes part of her husband's family, and if the family is really miserable, she just becomes a servant of the family, basically. She's just expected to do a lot of housework and things, which is not exactly nice. And so a little bit of, generation clash and generation gap comes out. But at the same time, when people are getting older, there's always family around. Oh, this is kind of wacky. So, and and I think the difference, that's what I think helps enforce traditional thinking, is having a multi-generational household. You just don't have your parents' opinions of things when you're growing up as a kid. You have their parents. So you get a really good idea of what actual tradition is, even if your parents are a little bit more relaxed or less religious or whatever. To have your grandparents that close, you get to see what they thought, or how they and I guess also the difference too. That's the thing you hear a lot, is that grandparents always get a lot less strict with their grandkids than they did with their own kids. And so the parents being shocked at how lenient they are and how spoiled they, how much they spoil the grandkids. When they were growing up, none of that was going to happen. It was go to your piano lessons and, get good grades, and super strict. Wow. Yeah, right. Yeah, that is really depressing. Yeah, just put old folks away, and especially grandmothers, because they're going to be more long lived. So they end up just being put away, and then fight over the money once they're gone. Yeah, that's the crazy thing. It doesn't happen so much here, but sometimes people will have. I guess most of that generation though is gone. But the kind of World War II generation, if they got houses in what are now very nice parts of big cities because they were returning GIs or whatever, those houses are worth a lot, and they're completely paid for. So that becomes a wonderful thing for the surviving relatives to fight over. Is all the property. Yeah, but I saw a couple of situations when I was growing up that very easily, very obviously, they could have had the grandmother. Once the grandfather died, they could have had the grandmother living with them, and they didn't. It wasn't even an option. They didn't even think of it, and it wasn't because of any health problems or anything. It's just like, it's too much stress. And I think because maybe the wife has a lot more say, and she probably doesn't want to deal with, like I was saying, the evil mother-in-law that the Japanese housewives have to deal with a lot more if they marry the oldest kid. And that's another thing too that makes, for some very self-serving women, that makes the eldest son a lot less desirable, even though he's kind of the head of the family. They don't want to deal with the responsibility and living with the mother-in-law, so they'll marry the second or third brother. Yeah. So I've heard that as well. Oh, sorry, the chat's not. Hey K5, how's it going? Yeah, I missed you last week. Sorry, I got a really late start last week, so I think everybody was. Oh no! Oh damn! Oh, no data. Yeah. I feel you for that. Yeah, and I was starting really late, so I was worried that people just passed out before I actually got online, because I had a little meeting I had to do at lunchtime, and had to make it back to a place to stream. So that took a little bit. It took a while. I might need to recalibrate this. I'm not able to grab things. Yeah, with the pen, it's not working. All right. But nice. Oh, yeah, good to have people here. Oh. Yeah, it's weird. This is, a holiday week here, so it feels very strange. People are just doing a bunch of nothing, but I've got to keep on schedule. So I feel like I'm taking a break in the holiday. But yeah, but we're not doing much because my wife's family is all local, so we don't have to travel, which is nice. But I've also heard most people that do travel have all canceled because the government's recommended just kind of minimize that, because the more you move around, and especially when you go to small towns, which is mostly older people, so coming from the city to the countryside and bringing all the bad weather with you, as if the hot weather isn't bad enough, it's a little bit higher risk, but whatever. It's been really hard to know who knows what and what is legitimate information, but best guess, they're saying it's probably better to stay home. So there'll be a lot of unhappy ghosts, not ghosts, spirits, this year, this Obon, because of the recommended limit on travel. But yeah, so who knows? I heard that Australia, maybe if pics of what, holiday stuff? Yeah. The I was gonna say, oh yeah, if anybody from Australia gets on, we should ask them if they're going back into lockdown. I heard a rumor that Australia might be trying to deal with a second lockdown, which, yeah, I don't know. I don't know what's gonna happen. Oh wow, yeah. Yeah, definitely. It's the same here with the humidity. It doesn't go away when the sun goes down. It gets a little bit better, but it's still hot as hell. That moisture just holds. Yeah, that's a huge difference between the kind of desert area, the more arid places. Is at night the temperature drops so significantly, so you can actually cool down at night, and people kind of come outside at night. But yeah, you can't when it's still so humid. It's not that much fun. So dark and sweaty. So yeah, a lot of the summer festivals are like that, because they do the fireworks after dark, and you're just covered with, you've just been sweating all day, and the sun goes down and you're still hot, and just a bunch of sweaty people walking around. Yeah, so I wonder what's going to happen. They've canceled a lot of the major summer festivals here, so I wonder what that's going to mean for like fireworks shows and things. So they don't want to do anything that's going to make people gather. So yeah, I don't know. Oh, sorry. Yes. Yes, I did. Yeah, no, I was, I got some food poisoning thing, and I wouldn't have been able to sit in front of the camera for more than 20 minutes at a time, maybe maximum. So yeah, sorry. Hawaii, sorry. Yeah, but the chat, maybe I should shrink the chat down a little bit. It keeps going off the screen, so I've got it open, but it's a little too big. Ah, Hawaii. Yeah, I wish. Yeah, that's one of the few places that Japan has approved that you can visit is Hawaii. I don't know why. I guess they just love Hawaii. Um, but yeah. So I was out. Yeah, 2 weeks ago I was out, and there was just no way all day. I didn't recover until pretty late at night. I had my first meal of the day. But yeah, and that's the thing. That's a real common summertime thing, because there's not a lot of preservatives, and the way they handle food is just pretty open air and natural in Asia. So yeah, you get that. Yeah, in the summer, the bacteria and food poisonings are a little bit more common. So you just got to be careful and probably eat more reasonably. So I was just maybe reckless and overeating in the hot weather, and I paid the price. But yeah, nothing serious, nothing. Just a day's rest. But yeah, I haven't had that in a while though. I've been pretty lucky in the summer, so it just kind of caught me off guard. But there's worse things that could happen definitely during these times. But yeah, but hope everyone else is still doing good. Yeah, I wish. All my travel plans this year got completely destroyed. That would have been nice to have a break. Yeah, it's crazy. But yeah, no big ideas for cartoons this week. Just some drawing. Yeah, thanks K5. Yeah, that was it was a quick thing, and then I missed that day. I'm like, okay, I'll just make it up on Wednesday or Thursday, and yeah, just the rest of the week was so busy. There was no way. Just didn't have the time, so I just missed the week and ended up doing just a cartoons just myself for the publishing schedule, and very different. Yeah, they didn't have. They were much much more sedate. Yeah, because I just kind of came up with ideas and drew them, so it wasn't. There wasn't as much kind of development or brainstorming. So yeah, very different feel. And box lids. But yeah, so I like this style much better. And even when before things had really taken off and people were actually watching the stream, it was still a nicer way to do things, just kind of talking through what I was working on. Because when you're doing it quietly, when you're doing it silently, yeah, it's you just stick with the same old things. You kind of make the same, the same ideas or the same sorts of things just keep recurring. And I think there's a lot more inspirational, especially when I'm talking and getting feedback from you guys on chat. It gets me thinking about a lot more. But all right. Yeah, so this is I saw Dolly was back. She's on the UK schedule now, but I saw she posted another video, so maybe she finished her Amsterdam trip. So hopefully we'll connect with her. I'll try to get watch one of her streams coming up and update you guys if she doesn't make it here. But yeah, it looks like she's back set up, unless it was older. I'm not sure, because she does maybe no, it wasn't live streams, it was videos. That's right. So no live streams yet, so I'm wondering if she's set up again, or if she just has like kind of recorded like extra video that she could then post during that time when she would be traveling. Yeah, so it wasn't a live stream, so she may not be set up yet in her new situation. What's going on here? There we go. But that was nice to see. New videos. I'm curious what her new situation will be. All right. Well, I've been watching that Netflix series Dark, German series, and it took me a long time to get a chance to watch it, because you can't do other things. You have to kind of give it your full attention because you're reading it. I think there might be an English dub, but I've always been kind of, it takes you out of it, because usually the voice acting is not great and some of the character voices are just bizarre, so you react a little differently than you would to the actual actors. But the other thing that I noticed watching the subtitled series are you're a little bit more forgiving about the writing and some of what the characters do, because you're getting it in a translated version, so it doesn't, it's not completely authentic. You're just relying on the subtitles to give you that basic idea of what they're saying, and you're hearing the emotion in their voice, so you're kind of combining those two things together. So it's a little bit different, and so you're more forgiving. Like if it was an English written series, I'd be much more critical probably of dialogue or some of the weird choices. But yeah, if you want to keep track. Oh, nice. Oh, that's cool. Yeah. So cool. Yeah, Joe Saldali. Yeah, so she must be back. Yeah, I think she said it was like a week in Amsterdam. So I've got to catch one of those streams. I got to do some reminders or something. I'm subscribed, so I should have gotten notifications, but I didn't. But Dark is yeah, kind of a time travel, yeah, crazy time travel story. So I don't think that's really spoiling anything, but it's got a kind of a nice structure. And because it's time travel, that means that they have three actors playing the same character, at different times, and you have to kind of memorize them because some of them look similar, but some of them don't look very similar at all. They maybe chose better actors over likeness, and so you have to kind of memorize who's supposed to be who, because just looking at them, it's not gonna trigger anything. But it's pretty intense. They do a pretty good job. But it's funny because the most common cliffhanger episode line in the series, and this doesn't spoil anything because you don't know it's time travel, is "I am you." That's what you hear over and over again, except in German, which I can't remember what it is. But it's funny to that's the always the oh my god, and maybe that's why they don't do such good likeness, like why they have the characters in different times be so affected, by age or whatever, so you don't immediately say, "Oh, that's him" or "That's her." But yeah, "I am you." It's the most common, like, yeah, shocking moment of many episodes. But there's already 3 seasons. Yeah, so I don't know how they can sustain this. I mean, there's a lot there, but I'm worried. I think I have a lot more faith in this show than I do something like Millennium or even X-Files, which I think Millennium was like a spin-off, where they're telling this continuing story, or something, like a Lost or something, where you just don't have faith in where it's going. This is leaving a lot of little details, and the interesting thing is it's planned well enough, and it's German, so maybe it is going to always be very well planned, but they plan things well enough that they'll show you images like you have no idea. There'll be a scene you have no idea what you're looking at, and then it'll make sense later. And I like that a lot, so that it gives you a feel that they're not just kind of pulling this out of their asses and making it up as they go along. They have things that they're seeding throughout the season that they can go back to, or give you like big resolution, or make the season finales and stuff mean more. But yeah, so far I really like it. I have a feeling, I mean, it could go off the rails, but it seems like there's a plan. It seems like there's some thinking. But if they just start saying the same things over again, over and over again, and nothing, is really established, because with season 2, I think they're at the maximum maximum time span that we can actually even comprehend and care about. Because it's a lot of years, a lot of decades covered now, and it's all based on, the time travel is based on the 33-year cycle, like kind of lunar solar cycle, and so it's the time jumps are always 33 years apart. And yeah, so now there are quite a few of those apart, and it's hard to remember like whose grandparents are whose, what characters' grandparents you're looking at or whatever. But it's worth it, and they do a decent job of explaining, and especially beginnings of episodes or ends of episodes, they'll kind of cut between the two characters that are the two actors that are the same person, so to help kind of visually remind you, because not everybody, with so many characters, not every episode has goes through everybody's story. Sometimes they leave things hanging. But yeah, but it's fun. It's kind of like if you so it's a better version of Stranger Things. There's a little bit of 80s nostalgia, like Germany 80s nostalgia, and even like 50s and earlier kind of nostalgic feeling. And also there's it's very sinister and dark, and it also reminds me of that Tales from the Loop series that Amazon did, because that's also a small town affected by some mysterious goings on. I guess like Stranger Things does that same thing as well. But there's something going on at the research station or the old power plant or whatever, and it's affecting things in the town, or the town hasn't been the same since, or those sorts of things. So there's mysterious people dealing with some operation going on in the town. This one isn't government, which is good. The government conspiracy stuff can easily get out of hand. This is just small town police and power plant, nuclear power plant. Mm-mm. Oh yeah, Run Lola Run is good. Yeah, that's the German actress. She was the uh, Jason Bourne, the Bourne Identity. She was the girlfriend of Jason Bourne too. But yeah, that's really good. That's a uh, the way that movie was made is really interesting. I think I listened to the commentary or saw some documentary or something on it. But yeah, they did a nice job, and it's so because she's just running. She's just running everywhere, so it's very kinetic, and they cut. They do a lot of like high energy cutting and stuff. And her hair is very, very red. Yeah. Yeah, it's a good story though. That's really good. Uh, yeah, I really like that. I saw that in the theater. I think that was like 90s. So I was you know in Chicago by a bunch of art house theaters, so I got to see some good stuff. Um, and yeah, that was I think that was out then. I can't remember, but I did see it in the theater. It might have been Los Angeles. I can't remember, depending on when the day was. That was the thing that really sucked about the timing of moving to LA. Was it was the death, like it was like late 90s, and all of the or most of this kind of specialty movie theaters were gone. Like there used to be so many small independent theaters that played only horror movies or only silent movies or whatever, and I think some of them still remain, but they're yeah, they're very specific. They're not so not so much fun stuff, more a yeah, it's more I think like groups or societies or whatever run or rent theaters or cinemas. But there used to be just you could always see like classic movies in like the 80s and earlier 90s. A classic movie was always playing somewhere in LA because there were so many movie theaters, so you could always go see something in the theater because there was somebody had a print of it and they were running it all the time. And that changed. Yeah, it just became all cineplexes, or very heavy, AMC and all that, and then all the IMAX stuff and everything. I guess it's when the exhibitors started to have trouble and started to go with the gimmicks, so IMAX, and then the 3D stuff started, and yeah, all of that. But that was disappointing because that was the one thing that, I always like mythically heard about, LA, is that there were so many movie theaters that you could just see, any classic movie that you had in your head, it was playing somewhere, and you could just go see it. Not a new print, but you could see a scratchy old print of it somewhere at some second run places, so some art house and second run theaters. But wow, going to the movie theater, that sounds like a ancient memory. Yeah, we're gonna have that I can't even remember what the expression was, but in Mad Max Beyond Thunderdome, the long, long ago, the way back times, we're going to be telling stories about we went into the movie theaters and saw the moving pictures. That doesn't look like anything. Yeah, I don't need either of those. Yeah, well, that's the interesting thing is with the 30-year, they do go to the 20s. They go to, so they kind of jump the war. They go between wars. So yeah, because of the 33-year cycle, which is probably pretty ingenious planning on their time, they go back to, I forget, I forget the exact year, but yeah, it's like early 20s. So it's after World War One, before World War Two. It's like, whew, yeah. Mm. Oh yeah. Fifth Element too. Yeah, that's a favorite of mine. Yeah, both actresses had their hair tortured with, I think, uh, what's her face from Fifth Element said her hair was just falling out. Like she had to, I think, had to wig her extensions or something for later shots because she had just damaged the hell out of her hair trying to keep it that bright orange color. But I think the same with Run Lola Run is she said the actress said she didn't wash her hair. Because washing would just make it more damage. So her hair, which does look pretty oily, it was just completely unwashed for the entire length of the shooting. But those are both great movies. Yeah, I really wish that was so disappointing that Luc Besson did the did the sci-fi, that latest sci-fi with the based on the manga or not manga, based on the French comic with the two agents. I'm completely Valerian and the Planet of 1,000 Worlds or whatever it was, but it's Valerian and somebody is the comic, and it had a little bit of the kind of goofy Euro sci-fi, but it just didn't have the same kind of heart as Fifth Element. So that was too bad. But that's always, every time that's on or I'm just not in the mood to try anything new, I resort to a lot of a lot of Fifth Element. That's one of those great Bruce Willis roles, like that, and like maybe Pulp Fiction, like when he still kind of gave a damn, like he was still in the his persona or whatever, he was still like worried about his brand. And there's just been so much stuff since then where he's just like sleepwalking through movies. But yeah, I think a lot of actors have to do that, a lot, especially with ex-wives. I think we've gotten a lot of Stallone and Harrison Ford movies and Bruce Willis movies that we wouldn't have gotten did they not have the alimony payments or whatever. Did they not lose half of everything in the the height of their careers? We would be seeing a lot less of them right now, I think. Joe is very suspicious. Yeah, I like how they did that. I mean, it's very forbidden. Like even if they did go to the 40s, they can't show anything. Like it's just forbidden. It would be censored or banned by the government, because that's why Germany had a hard time. Like Germany was really into board games, and of course the historical reenactment and kind of tabletop games, but they can't do World War II era war games. So it's that was hard for a while, and I think that's where a lot of the fantasy war games came from, either doing like kind of medieval fantasy stuff or sci-fi fantasy stuff, because then you just skip all of that. You're not historically reenacting anything, but then you can actually sell it, and you can sell it in Germany, which would be big fans of models and tabletop. But everything you do with the war, and just like now, if you want to sell something to China, you can't use old flags. There's no such thing as a Taiwan flag, and you have to use updated represent China in more of an updated way. There was a game, War Room, that was a big simulator. It was kind of a Axis and Allies, by the designer of Axis and Allies, and on a big, really cool circular world map. But they were printing it in China, and some censor noticed they have all the flags of all the countries involved in like a ring around the logo, and they're like, wait, what's this? Taiwan? There's no such thing as Taiwan. It's China. So they had to reprint things. But they did, the thing that I really liked is they printed everything with the flag that the Chinese government approved, but then they gave you stickers in case you wanted to replace it in everything. So what was printed there was acceptable to the Chinese censors, but then they said, but if you want historical accuracy, here's the sticker sheet to put over everywhere where we had to put this historically inaccurate flag, just for the ego of the Communist Party. But if you're looking for something and you don't mind reading or don't mind bad dub, the story is worth is worth it for dark. It's surprising, and they do good stuff. Like there's stuff that you've kind of seen before in other stories and things, but they do it well, and you kind of trust them a lot more. The only thing that some of the writing falls back on is the teenager being, so mom, you just don't understand me, I want to do what I want, and they use that as an excuse to not, like, the characters have information that they should pass to each other through some conversation, and that doesn't happen because the teenager's having a freak out and leaves the house or goes to their room and won't talk to their parents. So there's like important information, so they can draw out some certain storylines because things aren't happening between characters, because teenagers are just so unreasonable, and they've fallen back on that a few too many times. It works, but at the same time, it's like you see it. You see, I see what you're doing there. Yeah. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. I think they kind of did. I mean, I don't know firsthand, but yeah, I've kind of heard that they're just missing sections in history books, and just, yeah, they want to purge all of that, because unfortunately there are people that are collectors of old Nazi memorabilia and things, and anything with certain symbols on it is collectible in a and I guess historically, for historical significance, you can see if it's going to a museum or something, but if it's just going to sit in your house to freak people out, I don't see the purpose of that. But yeah, so it's really, and it's a kind of a dark time, just like maybe the U.S. will try to purge Trump at some point. They will just try to remove that from history. No, that there was no president from 2016. There wasn't a president for that time. We didn't have. It was just an open system. But yeah, so yeah, but it's good. It's really cleverly plotted. I mean, I like the story structure. You can see that. Yeah, I trust the writing. Yeah, very much, which is rare, because so many shows, yeah, really let you down with how they run out of road. It's 3 seasons. I can't even imagine what's going on in the 3rd season. And if it's European production too, it's not going to be as ridiculous as American, where it's hundreds and hundreds of episodes and things just kind of go off the rails, and nobody, none of the characters are even the same. They're not recognizable anymore, or they're gone. Hopefully they won't make those mistakes. The production values seem pretty high too. There's good. I mean, it's very, very beautiful. It's very well shot. The art direction is really nice. So it's also worth it for that. All right, K5 will be right back. But I have to say, though, it is a little bit rough. I noticed this with British, and maybe I'm just a spoiled American because of all the pretty people come to, Hollywood to get famous and get paid. But with both British and now this German show, oof, there's some rough-looking actors like in this. Some really difficult faces to look at. And I guess it works okay because it's just supposed to be a small town. It's not supposed to be. It doesn't represent very many people. But there's some really handsome women in the show. Just, yikes. But yeah, but good acting. I mean, there's no clunkers. Even the kids, because there's a lot of kid actors in it. Even the kids are pretty good. They get some pretty good performances out of these little kids. Yeah, right. That would be hysterical. Yeah. Yeah, I wonder too. What, because usually presidents, like, there's that unspoken thing where you do favors for the right people while you're president, and then after you can't get paid while you're president, and then after is when you go to all the bogus speaking engagements that you make $1 million or whatever at. But I wonder how that's going to work for Trump, because I don't know. It feels like a lot of bridges have been burnt, and there's not going to be, yeah, the ex-president thing is not going to be as lucrative, and he might have trouble with business deals and things because he's maybe, I don't know. I don't know if he's created more enemies than friends or not. It'll be interesting to see how that goes. But he's not gonna live that long, I don't think, after retirement, because he's such an old president. And why is Biden? Why are we choosing between 70-year-olds? This is insane. Uh, yeah, it's insane how old. America is a very young country with insanely old leadership. Mm. Yeah. Some young blood would be good, I think. I don't know. You never know. Oh, let's see. Yeah, kids are definitely off school. I hear laughing and playing right outside the window. Yeah, nobody around here. It's interesting. A lot of the older couples around here are childless. It's interesting because usually when you have an older couple in the neighborhood, then you meet their family a lot. Like their family is visiting for the holidays, or checks up on them, or whatever. Families are usually pretty well connected, unless there's some problem. But yeah, the older couples here don't have kids. That's interesting. That's a big, that's such a weird social pressure here. Is like that's why you're married, is to have children. So they just must constantly have been harassed. Where's the kids? Where's the kids? Yeah. That's a very weird thing. All right, so this, yeah, that keyboard shortcut changes are so ridiculous. What? Oh no, I'm just saying that it's probably not going to be the same system. It's like the way that that kind of agreement that like Clinton or Obama had, book deals and things. I don't know. I don't know if it's going to be the same thing for Trump, and I don't know if people are going to want to have anything to do with him after he's president. So yeah, I'm just saying it might be different. I'm curious to see how they're going to how his ex-president time is going to be handled, because it will be different. This is the first divorced business, or already previously like very well invested. I mean, that's the thing that people don't even talk about with all of the racism and Russia ties and everything. I mean, this is a New York real estate developer. He obviously has mafia ties, like obviously did some pretty crazy things to get things done in Manhattan or Atlantic City, and people are not talking about that at all. They're talking about, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it's very interesting that him being divorced has never come up, and also the connections to questionable things in New York has never come up. I mean, I thought for sure that would come up during the election campaign, but maybe because Clinton couldn't go there because maybe they have the Clinton Foundation or whatever. Maybe they because they established themselves in Manhattan as well, so maybe they had some shady business deals that they didn't want coming out as well. But somebody should have been able to go there, at least during the Republican primaries. Yeah. Hey, Raincoat. How's it going? Yeah, right. I don't even think they like him anymore. I don't know. It's very weird. I've never seen such an unpopular guy. It's like it's really odd. Uh, yeah, right. That's true. I mean, he definitely with what he was like selling steaks and Trump University and stuff. I mean, he'll know how to make money, but it's just not going to be that same, kind of wink wink agreement that other former presidents had. Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, maybe. Oh, yeah, maybe this will be the first president, because that's a thing that is almost. It's so common. It's almost a joke in South Korea. So every time a president, steps down, every time they're, finish their term or they lose an election, they go straight to jail because they were involved in so much bribery and embezzlement and all kinds of illegal shenanigans. And I don't know, I'm not sure, I don't know a lot about the political system there, but I wonder if you develop such, you get, your rivals must get so strong in an opposing party that once they're in power, then, they punish you for what you couldn't do for them or refused to do for them when you were in power. But so many former South Korean president, I don't think it's a prime minister, I think it's presidents of South Korea go straight from the their version of the White House to jail because they were involved in way too much nonsense. So that's I hope that doesn't become an American tradition as well. It seems like it could, though, with how polarizing everything is. So anyhow, yeah, I'm getting that weird lag again. I think I'm just having a little memory hiccup. Yeah, I think running the 3 monitors, because I'm basically, I'm running 2 monitors plus this tablet, and I think that's putting some drag on the system, because I'm getting those weird little blobs where it tries to, I'm trying to move something and it's trying to draw a line. All right, well, let's move on to the other page here. Wow. Yeah, that's the frustrating thing with living abroad, is the news sources are really frustrating. It doesn't, I'm just basically relying on like AP and Reuters, and it's just like headlines and stuff for what's going on in the US. I guess I should just find some good Twitter, just good people to follow on Twitter or something for current events and politics and stuff. But trying to just use a news aggregator is very frustrating. And the cable news here is horrible. It's in Japan, English speaking, they only have BBC or CNNJ, which is basically CNN UK, which is horrible. I mean, it's really bad. It's really, really bad. Some of the weird pandering stories and stuff that they do are just so pathetic, and a lot of really annoying. I'm sure maybe they cross over. I'm not sure if they do or not. No, I don't. Maybe they don't. But really annoying talking heads. Maybe trying to differentiate themselves from BBC or whatever, but just really people whose voices just get under your skin immediately, which is very odd. Yeah, right. Yeah, that's true. That would probably be the best financial move. And then, because I thought he was trying to do something, and then he can do things in China as well. He can take it all back and say, "Sorry, guys, I didn't mean that trade war. I just want to have access to your markets." Oh yeah, that's the big thing that happened. I don't want to talk politics all the time, but that executive order against TikTok and WeChat, which involved Tencent, which they named Tencent, and Tencent is like everything. They're so deep in movies and video games and everything that if you try to dig them out, their financial connections out, that's going to be difficult. But who knows? Okay, so what is this, like a little speaker deal? Sure. But yeah, not a lot of good news. Technology. Yeah, I don't think there is any, at least from, I just know Japanese cable. Yeah, there's no Fox News, or there is a Fox entertainment channel, but that just plays, Simpsons and Family Guy and, popular Fox stuff. There's no news on it. But yeah. Ooh. Oh, cool. Oh, very cool. Very cool. If you put those on Instagram, I'll take a look. I'll check out your Instagram if you put any of those resin parts on. That's really cool. Yeah, I saw too. Resin machines are getting big too. You can do really large pieces. Real large prints as one piece now with resin. Crazy. Yeah. Oh, that's cool. Yeah. No. No updates. Updates for me. I'm fighting right now my space for doing printing and stuff. The kind of extra room we have. It's being fought over. My wife rescued a cat that was injured fighting something. I don't know. There's a couple of wild animals around here, but then some stray cats, and so sometimes I think they fight it out at night for the food. And so she rescued a cat, and he's kind of keeping him in that room. And so I lost my kind of printing space to the cat rescue unit. So we'll see how that goes. Oh. All right. Oh, that's really cool. Yeah, but pretty uneventful. Yeah, this holiday I think is going to get me. I'm going to get behind in some YouTube and podcast stuff I need to catch up on. Oh, same there. So we'll see. Yeah, I'm just drawing weird, unrecognizable alien technology. Yeah, let me see if I can get this a little more symmetrical. Yeah, but I hope we're seeing an end to things. I can't really tell. I mean, I think people are just kind of trying to force an end to things because they're so tired of being afraid. But yeah, we'll see. Oh no! Oh, that sucks. That sucks. I really hate. I mean, yeah, there's just constant frustration with yeah, dealing with technology, and I don't understand like a lot of people that are developing apps and things. Like, I guess they just they draw a line and they just say, yeah, we're not going to support this, or we're not going to worry about bugs that may come up from this phone and earlier. Yeah, I've had plenty of frustration with that. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. PUBG, or PUBG. Tencent is in everything. They own a piece of everything. They're 100% League of Legends, and there's a couple of other companies they have majority share in, and then they're like 5% and 10% of almost anything, especially stuff with online, especially online games. So any studios that do online multiplayer, they took a piece of because they wanted to get into the Chinese market, and because a lot of them, like a lot of free to play games, or a lot of stuff that is a premium game, but then they have a shop or they have customization or whatever. They wanted to get into that. They wanted those Chinese whales, so badly that to do that, I'm not sure if they have to have ownership, but they are your kind of liaison into the Chinese market. So it's going to be released by Tencent in the Chinese market. You can't release it directly yourself because, then you're not beholden enough to the censors or whatever their thinking is. Or they can't, seize your revenue anytime they want, like they can with Tencent. And, so I think they were the kind of the chosen company. So, yeah, they're involved in everything now. Yeah, it's crazy, and that's insane that a 4-year-old phone gets so difficult. I mean, phones barely make it the 2 years of your plan now. Your cellular plan. That's crazy. By the end of that, you're so happy to get rid of it because of the either the battery life or how they've updated things to make it not run well. Yeah, I did a bit. I think it was mostly iPad. I did a lot of Apple iTunes Store, whatever, gaming early on, and there's some good stuff, but it just very quickly games started coming out that only supported the latest greatest hardware, so it became really hard to you need to update so often that it just didn't seem worth it to try to keep up. But people that are doing that every 2-year new iPhone would have no trouble keeping up with that, but an iPad doesn't. Yeah, it doesn't age as gracefully. I mean, it's still around. My original iPad is still working. I still watch YouTube and streaming on it, but I don't think it does much of anything else. I don't think it'll run the new Photoshop or anything. Oh, yeah, right. They do. They literally have 10% of everything. Maybe that was the idea for the name. We'll just own 10% of all gaming. We'll call ourselves 10%. Yeah. Oh yeah, and isn't hey Damon, especially Apple's doing they're dropping the Pentium or the Pentium, the Intel. I just dated myself, I think, with that. They're dumping Intel and they're going back to Motorola or something. Yeah, so they're changing their chipset in their Macs. So that's not going to affect iPhones, but that's fun too because then they just drop all support for anything that's not their latest chipset. Yeah, I unfortunately bought a Mac Mini still back in the right when they made the changeover to Intel, so it was still the PowerPC, I think. Yeah, so still Motorola PowerPC chips, and that was really terrible timing. I needed it. I had no choice because I had a client that was handing me all these Mac files that I couldn't do anything with on my PC. None of the conversion software or anything was handling them very well, so I had to have just a low power Mac just to convert things. And unfortunately, I bought a completely useless one, or almost instantly useless one, because they abandoned PowerPC. Oh wow, yeah, that sucks. Yeah, Verizon. Yeah, I really. Oh okay, yeah, those. Yeah, they're going to the ARM chip. Is that Motorola? Who makes? Yeah, but those are the other mobile chipset. I think a lot of the a lot of the small netbooks or whatever are running those. Wow. Yeah, that sucks. Yeah, but Verizon is terrible. Yeah, really terrible. I remember. Yeah, when we moved to near my mother in kind of rural Illinois, it was only Verizon and barely Verizon. We were literally on first gen cell networks for most of it, and it literally sounded like a two-way radio, when you're talking to each other, but anytime you had to go into the shop or deal with anybody for service, they were such assholes. Because they could be. They're like the only game in town. It's like, yeah, the tech guys were arrogant and insane, and the salespeople were really bad. Yeah, that was rough. That was a big culture shock, and just internet in general in the countryside was a real pain in the ass. It was the I think it's like a radio wave or something. It's like line of sight, so you have to have line of sight to towers to have internet. And there was one tree that wasn't ours. That was saying, see that tree? That's blocking all your internet right there. So if you want to, we can build you a tower. So they wanted like $4,000 or something to build a tower on our property. So then we'd have great internet. But I was like, I'm not so committed. We were only there for a year, so I'm glad I didn't do it. But we weren't committed to enough to being there that I wanted to invest in that kind of construction, that kind of infrastructure. And yeah, so that was the shock. And so the only other option was satellite, and that just goes out on a cloudy day. Like if you have bad weather, you have no internet. So yeah, I couldn't deal with that. And it was pretty expensive too. It was, yeah, pretty brutal. Oh wow. So that'd be crazy, yeah. If NVIDIA is doing that. Yeah, I haven't used anything but NVIDIA cards for a while. Okay. What's going on? There we go. K9. You got upgraded, K5. Yeah, they're marketing the hell out of 5G in Japan, but no conspiracy theories, no cell towers being burnt yet. I don't think it's. I mean, I think that maybe the internet culture is a little paranoid, but I don't think there's quite the conspiracy. All right, something like that. Okay, so let's do Bluetooth speakers. All right. Yeah, there's that lag again. Okay, so we'll do weird wireless speakers. And let's see. Yeah, I'm using totally different camera. It's not actually a webcam. It's a just a camcorder with a with the whatchamajig stuck in it. The cam link. Yeah, sorry. Cam link stuck in it. But yeah, it works better with the green screen. It gives me a better. I don't know if the exposure is better. I think the Logitech webcam does better low light. I think it's made kind of for that, but this seems to do a little bit better with the green screen because I don't have a great setup here. So I don't know. Oh, all right. What are we doing? Yeah, I don't know if any of this is working. Yeah, that's all. off. But yeah, this little bit of regular schedule for me, I think, is going to help a lot, because I was worried about more time off feeling too much like quarantine and feeling kind of disconcerted again, because I was already getting that over the weekend for some reason. I was trying to get stuff done and just not being able to care about it, feeling very it's all meaningless. The kind of the lockdown futility, what is that? The kind of giving up on any kind of motivation, especially creative stuff, feels pretty. I mean, maybe it helps the most, but it feels also the least valuable. It's not a vaccine. All right. Wow, these are pretty wacky looking. I don't know. Yeah, that's pretty. It's just insane. Yeah, it's funny. I wonder why people are so. Well, it's probably just too much information, and also they were talking about the internet and things like vlogs and groups, like Reddit or Reddit subreddits or whatever, being bad for people that are already having some mental problems, because they'll reinforce like really dangerous or really bad thinking. And so they were talking about that what's it called, like group stalking, or that paranoia. It's usually caused by like schizophrenia or like insane paranoid feelings, that people are watching you and they're out to get you, and they're actually a government agency, and they're trying to do something to you, or they're trying to implant something in you, where they're always listening. And the more paranoid and like convinced, the more you convince yourself of that, maybe the stranger you act in public, the more people look at you, you think they're watching you, and they're all involved in they're all working against you, they're all in the CIA or whatever. And then so people making videos trying to talk about this and trying to warn people about what's going on, they're just perpetuating this thing for themselves, that if you had to do it face to face, or there we go, if you had to do it face to face, or the old fashioned way, if you needed to send people postcards or call them on the phone, it wouldn't be as bad for your mental health. But yeah, it's really sad when that can be a little too helpful to aid your paranoia and just make it worse. But I think that's what all of that stuff is coming from, is people that want to believe something bad, and the internet gives them reinforces it. Gives them this. No, this is not working. These milk cartons are horrible. All right. Yeah, but I think all thinking is so easily reinforced, because a lot of the internet is it's all just reinforcing, and it's all just people like getting attention for things that they wouldn't have even been noticed for before. Yeah, like this live stream. But no, it's just a lot of people just with getting positive feedback on things that aren't necessarily positive or aren't necessarily healthy for them. So yeah, so that it just helps perpetuate all of that stuff, because you can read. Oh, am I dropping? I don't think I'm dropping. Yeah. Maybe I'm just lagging. Oh yeah, that's the thing too, is I think that's the funny thing about the baby boomers, is they are the original teenagers. This is the first generation where TV was for them, music was for them, everything was for them. Previously to that, there was, you kind of had to co-opt or try to enjoy what your parents were into. But everybody born after World War II, that was the birth of the teenager, and in U.S. specifically, but I think in other countries too. Most Western countries had that kind of teenage rebellion and everything, and so they had so much attention. Everything was only for them, and because there was such a large group, you know Madison Avenue and everything kind of followed them as they aged, and we had all that annoying television, that boomer television, 30 something and all of that. So as they were turning these different ages, there was things aimed directly at them, like everything was serving them. And to not have that attention anymore must be freaking them the fuck out. So they're looking for something that speaks directly to them, and so things maybe like Fox News or whatever, like that fills that role that everything used to have. Everything used to be entertainment or media specifically for their generation, and it's just not anymore. So that has to be a little shocking, kind of like a child actor, like a child star that was famous, somewhat famous on a TV show or something, and as an adult there's just nothing. I think there's a whole generation of people that are feeling ignored. So yeah, no mercy for the boomers at all. I agree 100%. Glad to have you back, Sedona. Yeah, I mean, the most selfish generation ever. I mean, yeah, I don't know. There were some pretty rough parents, and they still can't admit any of their mistakes. It's really funny. It's still blaming. I mean, that generation, because that was the rise of pop psychology and stuff too. So that generation blames their parents for everything. It's just none of it is their fault. They didn't do anything wrong. My father, my mother did this to me, and nobody takes responsibility for their their shitty behavior or just insane selfishness. I mean, I think the boomers invented that wonderful divorce rate that the U.S. has. Yeah. But yeah, it's rough. And I never saw a generation so eager to retire. My God, everybody that I know from that generation, the second they could stop working, they did. And even if they were like working something that was like insanely beneficial, or was something that you probably could do for your entire life, because it wasn't there wasn't huge physical demands or anything, and as long as you had your mental state, and just everybody wanted to retire because that's what you do. That's what their parents' generation did. They lived for that 65 age, and just get the hell out, which is weird, because then now they have nothing to do, so they go on the internet and read about 5G and anti-vaxxing and all that good stuff. I'm sure I'm saying everything that is gonna have me completely ghosted on YouTube. I should be careful, because that they're at least running some sort of detection for keywords, I'm sure, or my phone at least. I mean, my phone right next to me is listening to everything I say. That's starting to really bother me. My news thing on my Android, like I'll have cafe lessons, like just there's some professionals in Japan that want to practice their conversation, because like the small talk and kind of Q&A parts and things of their work that they have to do in English is really hard, and they need as much practice as possible. So I'll do like cafe lessons, or we'll just sit and talk for an hour, and so just kind of do current events and talk about things that might be useful in business meetings, and talking at business dinners and stuff. And my phone will be obviously listening, and then just be posting articles in my newsfeed about everything I just talked about. It's really creepy. I don't understand why that's a thing, and I think I must be able to go in and like opt out of certain settings, but it's sitting on the defaults, and it's obviously on, because it also has that feature where if there's music playing, it'll recognize the music and tell you the song title and artist on the front of the phone. It's like, well, why do I need that? But then it gives you an excuse to not want to turn off the microphone. Oh yeah, yeah. Yeah. The Thanksgiving has become a whole new since the invention of Fox News. Yeah, Thanksgiving was never the same again. Uh, yeah, right, right. Yeah, I've done that with a lot of the tracking, a lot of the location tracking. But I should do that. I don't. Yeah, I should go through and see because I think though I've done that on just my straight Google account, which is what I'm using for Android. I think I've opted out of all of the data collection stuff, which is opt in by default, of course. But yeah, so I have to see because that really creeps me out. I think it's you know trying to be helpful, but it's really weird. It's stuff I've just talked about, and then whatever the latest news story. So it's basically using it as search terms or tags or whatever in my news reader. That's really bizarre. Yeah, I don't know who that would even be for. They're just trying to keep you like locked in. Oh, you were talking about this, so you must like this. Do you want to know more about this? Do you want to buy this? Do you want to rent this? Yeah, it's bizarre. I should draw so small. Then it's when it gets weird. Yeah, the pen set too thick, so when I draw small, I don't get much line variation. Well, am I doing breakfast again? Maybe no breakfast. Think of something else here. Okay. Wow. Hey, Hazmat, how's it going? Good to see you. Yeah. Yeah, that sucks too, Sidonia. I have the same feelings as it'd be nice to dump a lot of social media, but yeah, that's my connection to a lot of work now, so that sucks. Yeah, I don't, it's really amazing. And the thing I think I was complaining about that on live on some previous live stream, but the funny thing is, it's better to have a Facebook account than to not have a Facebook account because, like you said, you opted out of things on Facebook. If you don't have a Facebook account, they just assign you, a random ID and track anything they want on you if you're interacting with anything that Facebook is allowed to track. So not having an account gives you no right to opt out of anything. So it's actually sickly in a sick way better to be on Facebook or at least have an account because then you have some control over what the data they're collecting and what they're doing with it, which is insane. That is like completely backwards, but of course everything is completely backwards. Let's see. Nice. Yeah, I'm glad I got on a little earlier than usual, which I was happy, at least better than last week. And much better than the week before, where I didn't even make it. Yeah. So. Not breakfast. So maybe get rid of the bowl. Or is this the bowl? Yeah. Or do donuts in the bowl. Let's see if I can get away with this. Oh, did anybody listen to that link from last week? So those not sci-fi, speculative fiction, those speculative fiction stories that I've been writing I tried to do one kind of as a audio book or like a yeah, audio book, radio drama kind of thing. I put some little sound effects and little music in it, but had the voice read by AI, by an AI voice generator. And it was just curious if that was actually a reasonable thing to do, if it was something you could listen to. I mean, because it definitely had, there's a lot of weird errors and a lot of unnatural phrasing in it. And I mean, if I really fussed with it and used different combinations of software, I probably could make it sound pretty convincingly natural, but it would be so much work. I don't know if it's worth it. It'd be cheaper just to, pay a voice actor, but not as flexible. So yeah, so I'll put that link up again. And actually I've done 3 more of those since, because once I got the template down, they were pretty easy to do. And some of the stories are actually a little bit simpler. That first story was they still even look close to donut. Anyhow, some of the stories were simpler, so they were easier to record because they were just like 2 characters or something. But yeah, I'm curious if I should do it. I mean, I really want to get these stories out there somewhere, and maybe I'll do the audio thing and just set up the website and then have them as PDFs, and then do ebooks and stuff on Amazon and Lulu, like do a physical book on the print. Oh, you did, Joe. Oh, cool. What'd you think, Joe? Is it too artificial? I thought the voice was surprisingly, like, the vocal fry blew me away. I was surprised that there's an AI voice with vocal fry. But yeah, I was curious. I was curious if it was if I should continue to do it, because it's I really want to find some way. I mean, just giving the stories away on a website, no one's ever going to find that. Reading stuff on a website is miserable, but listening and, like, releasing them on an RSS feed so they can be a podcast, I think would be a good thing. And if it actually works, then I could just do a whole, like, a publisher of because all the AI voices are licensed. Like, I'm actually, like, paying a license for them so that I'm allowed to use them for commercial reasons, commercial purposes. But I just don't know if they sound good enough, because most people are just using them for marketing stuff. They're just doing, like, instructional videos on how to build your home business or whatever. But yeah, I thought some of them sounded natural enough that if you really wanted to hear the story, you could kind of survive the AI voice. But yeah, I don't know. So let me know, Joe. Yeah. Oh yeah, good. Oh yeah, they did sound like real people. Yeah, that's all AI generated. And I tried to edit it so that any of the things that didn't sound very good, I either cut out or re-recorded with different intonation. Yeah, so yeah, that's 100% a combination of a couple of different technologies, but it's all AI generated voice. And I thought, like, putting background music and a little sound effect and things in there would distract you from the because it's just like Uncanny Valley with like CG, like 3D. You see something, wow, that looks very real, but there's things that are telling me that that's not real. And it's usually like the mouth is weird, or the quality of the skin is a little too waxy or something. So I felt like that same thing with that voice technology, that it was really close, and there were so many, like, really beautiful natural sounds. Like the girl's voice, the female voice, had a vocal fry to it. Like, so many of the things ended with that that sound, and it sounds really natural and really, kind of current, like how people talk now. But yeah, but still there's some choppy parts. But it's probably very similar to the quality that I would get if I went onto Fiverr or someplace and had someone just read something and didn't give them any voice direction. If they just read something straight out, they would probably make a lot of the same mistakes that the AI makes. So I'm probably getting close to the same kind of quality. Yeah. So we'll see. You guys are talking sandwiches, I hope. Oh, cool. Oh, thanks, Joe. Okay, well, I'll keep doing those then, because I really want to release those. And the stories aren't like real complex or deep, but they're not. I really enjoy that short form, and I like technology. I like technology ruining people's lives kind of stories. So yes, I'll keep at those, and I'll put links. And once I get the website up, then it'll be easier to find. But I'll keep putting links to those as I finish doing the final mix downs to those audio files. Wait, that doesn't look like donuts at all. But yeah, I was happy that it had finally gotten the AI voices had gotten to the point where they were okay. They were kind of convincing enough, because the budget for actual voice actors, especially professionals that are union, is high enough that I don't think my writing is good enough to invest that much money in right away. I think it'll get better if I can find an audience for these kinds of stories. But yeah, I think for right now I don't want to go into deep. All right. Well, that's cool. Yeah. Yeah, right. It's a little fast. Yeah, and especially I need to, I think, break things up when they're reading, especially like strings of numbers or something. The computer voice does it way too fast because it doesn't know, where to put things. Yeah, there were a couple of places where I noticed that. Yeah, that there were no breaks at all, so harder to hear. And I think I can actually slow down the rate of speaking, which might be better in some cases. Cool. Well, thanks so much for listening to that, Joe. Yeah, that helps a lot, because I just don't have any feedback right now, and a lot a lot of people that I have in Japan, they're not native English speakers, so it sounds like English to them. They can't. It's either something they can't follow very well, or it sounds fine, and so I appreciate it. Yeah, appreciate the feedback, because I just don't know. I got to commit to it. If I'm going to do it, I just need to do it and get it out there and have it releasing new episodes. But yeah, they're pretty easy. They're surprisingly easy to put together once I came up with the structure of the how I wanted to mix them. And it's nice too, because you can just, instead of having to get in touch with somebody, scheduling a recording and then scheduling retakes and have them record stuff and resend it, and then maybe having a slightly different quality to the audio or something, it's exactly the same every single time, because it's just, it's output digitally. Ah. Nice. All right. Gotta think of something else here. Yeah, maybe not donuts. Or maybe instead of donuts, just breakfast cereal may work. Try something. Actually, it wouldn't be that much. It'd be like this. All right. There we go. Nice. Ah. Wow, if you guys are talking about Subway, that's actually, they actually have those in Japan, I was surprised. The menu's a little bit different. I think there's a lot more seafood on it. But I just read somewhere that Subway is the actually largest franchised fast food, or whatever you consider the franchised franchised chain. It's bigger than Starbucks or McDonald's or anything. That was really surprising. You do see them a lot, but I didn't think it was actually that big. Okay, maybe bring the spoon back. So we'll put either what? Come on. Diet soda or a beer or something into breakfast. Okay, so I just obviously turned that on. There's this measuring tool now that is on. Great. It's pretty useful for laying stuff out, but not really for the cartoons. Oh, I must have just changed some kind of mode. Weird. Because I'm not selecting... Yeah, I'm not selecting... There we go. Things anymore. Okay, I think that works. We'll figure out what this is later. All right. Oh, sorry. Yeah. Oh, that's right. That was last week. Yeah, let me put that link up again. That's right, because I think a lot of people missed that. So I've been writing these speculative fiction kind of short stories, and they all take place in the same world, and everybody is kind of affected by this one big company that runs everything. And so it just came out of some like lunch conversations I was having with a friend where we were talking about a step ahead in technology and how bad things are going to get and how bad things will get before we notice that they're bad. And where is it? Oh, not here. What the hell? So anyhow, it's just so how would divorce be in this weird future, slightly future dystopia? How would dating be? How would funerals or losing a loved one? Like how would all of these things we kind of take for granted, what would they turn into? With a little bit of invasion from technology, when companies were trying to make money off of every aspect of your life, how would that start to be on just a human level? So they're just kind of character stories. Let me see here. Yeah, what is going on? Let me check my... I might be out of space on my cloud, it looks like. Let me check what's going on. Yeah, because I think I just threw up the link last time. Oh, no, that's right. I'm sorry. I just I dragged it into the default folder. Sorry. Yeah, I completely forgot. I just did it real quick. Okay, so yeah, this is the first story. Okay, so this is just an MP3 of the first mix that I did of the story. So it's only like 20 megabytes. It's a pretty small audio file because it's only about 14 minutes. But yeah, so take a listen to that and see if that's something you could listen to, like as an audiobook, in an audiobook or kind of podcast format, because that's all artificial voices. That's all AI voices just reading my story. But I had it read it in, male and female, and then broke it up and did like a, not a narrator, but a voice of the, the technology has a voice. And then there's music and sound effects to kind of make it a little more complete. And kind of also, if you can't quite make out like the emotion, the dialogue of the characters is pretty emotionless, and there's some scenes where they should have more emotion in their voice, and it's in the text, but then I tried to use music to kind of get it to come across a little bit if it was important. Then I just did it with music instead of the acting, because the voices don't act very well. They're just AI, so they can't stammer or have any unique phrasing, or cry or laugh or anything. They can just read syllables in a language they understand. All right, so let's do breakfast diet soda or beer or something, and maybe with a bigger spoon. What's going on? I'm so dragging and it's not doing anything. Maybe I'll fill this spoon and Crazy. All right. Yeah, I don't know where that spoon's gonna go. Actually, I think that works fine. Just center everything. Okay, yeah, that'll work. All right, I don't think I need all of these. Just like a weird enough assortment will work. Yeah, maybe that one is the most bizarre. Yeah, just something like that. Just a real simple group of stuff. Oop. I've got some blank layers. Yeah. I don't know composition wise if this is very interesting. Guess I can just, yeah, they can all be kind of looking at each other. All right, well, we'll see how that goes. All right. Yeah, since I don't have any convenience store thing. Oh, but I can show you. I do have a magazine I can show you. That I thought they just made a change recently. I think this year they just changed the design of the magazine, and they made a very strange mistake that I don't think they're thinking about. I mean, this is a Japanese language magazine, so it doesn't have an international distribution, but I bought it when I was in LA, so I bought like an import version of it. Just for the photos, because it's got a lot of amazing photography in it. But yeah, I'll show you the weird change that they made. All right, yeah, so let me just color everything, and then we'll do that. So kind of bluish, yeah. Whoa, really that dark? Oh, something like that. Oh, cool. Oh, good. Yeah, thanks, Sedona. Yeah. Let me know. Let me know what you think if you get a chance to listen to it. Yeah, I appreciate any feedback, because I'm trying to develop this as probably as a podcast. And if it's convincing enough, I might actually like hit up other writers and things, other people that have other short fiction that don't know what to do with it, and try to do like a little audiobook, because then it would take some of the stress off of me to not have to produce weekly, but then have weekly episodes of stories. So like a podcast, uh, short story collection, something like that would be really cool. All right. Green. Something like that. Still too dark. I wonder why. Yeah, it's just RGB. Oh, maybe it's the two monitors. Yeah, because I'm looking at the color picker on the other monitor. I should move it over. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah. Yeah, the gamma settings between my tablet and monitor are huge. So I was picking very odd colors based on that. Wow. There we go. Wow. Oh yeah, the body cam, or was it cell phone? I saw, I think body cam footage, which is just crazy. I mean, yeah, the whole thing. Hey Rev, yeah, I'm sorry, just like reading your question, and but yeah, I saw that they released body cam footage, and that doesn't make that any more uh, unwatchable. I mean, it's pretty still plenty gruesome. But yeah, I wonder they yeah, if they're doing body cams, they need to I don't know. I wonder what their thinking is, because if they have them, they would be something that would help people process or understand what happened a lot faster, but they obviously hold them for whatever internal bullshit that they're doing, and just release them when it's convenient. So that's pretty frustrating. But I guess too, in this day and age, though, it's going to be hard. Even video, people see completely different things. So you could have a lawyer look at that and say, I don't see any problems there, and you can have the public look at something and be completely freaked out. And so I don't know. I don't know what the best answer is, and if they're thinking about public safety and stuff, I don't know. It's not an easy call, but it's just yeah, very unpleasant. And because everything that's going, well, because all the protests that's going on, I think they're just thinking about themselves and trying to not make things worse. Politicians and police department of the Minneapolis officials. Maybe a little darker version. Yeah, something like that. So I can put like a speaker mesh on top, I guess. I don't know. I'm just kind of making this up. And a lighter version of this. This looks like, oops. Yeah, maybe this and this will be lighter. So at least it looks like a speaker. Oops, something's not closed. Oh, yeah. Right. Oh, that's right. Yeah. No, I did. Yeah, he was already in really, really bad shape before the police got a hold of him. Oof. Yeah, that's true. Well, the drug, the toxicology was insane. God damn. I would like to select this color. Jesus. Yeah, I've got a little bit of lag here. Yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, that's pretty crazy. But yeah, those are really hard calls, because if they don't charge that officer with anything, there are still people that saw a murder. They saw a murder on video, and so that's going to be really hard to reverse thinking, and because people now see things the way that fits their view of the world, or their ideas about how unfair things are, or how bad the world is. So it's going to be really hard to change people's minds in a lot of situations, especially if they think that they're benefiting from what's going on with protests and everything. So it'll be worse before it's better. That's a completely pessimistic view. Sorry. Yeah, it's gonna be really difficult either way. Oh, maybe I'll do this way. Yeah. Oh, actually, I think I want to do like this kind of thing. And maybe that here too. Ah. Hmm. Ah, yeah. Yeah, I think that is definitely choosing the George Floyd case as to be the center of the protest and everything was a difficult choice. It kind of reminds me of the Rodney King. Like that assault was insane, and we saw that video of it. But didn't he end up like dying from a drug overdose? I mean, so you knew he was already in insane condition when he was dealing with the police. So maybe similar to the why am I saying any of this on live stream? But similar to the Floyd situation. The condition that he was in was made it not normal. It's not a normal situation, so hard to judge. But it's already become it's already a thing, so it's hard to people are going to have a hard time backing down, I think, from their original opinion, which sucks for everybody involved, which I guess is almost the whole world right now, or at least all of the US. Mm. Mm, mm, mm. Oh yeah, yeah. No, definitely. Mm. Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, and I forget where I heard this, but I think it would be a lot more helpful for people to be demanding police reform right now instead of defunding and abolishing, dismantling. I don't think that's very realistic, and it'd be much more constructive to say, things need a major rethinking, and how people are trained and what procedures are, and and what rules are followed, what procedures are followed, and how everybody in those situations can be accountable instead of just saying, yeah, take all their money away and give it to somebody else. Because I think it sounds like a lot of local politicians are just like, oh wow, that's gonna balance the budget this year. So yes, if you guys are all for it, we'll defund the police in our city because that was going to make the budget look great. Good idea. It really seems like some city governments and things are seriously behind it because it's like, wow, that'll balance that budget right out. Exactly what we needed. Oh jeez. uh, okay. Okay. So a mysterious collection of Bluetooth speakers. Hmm. Yeah, yeah. Right, right. Yeah, I can't believe how effective it was though. That that whole movement. Yeah, this time was very effective. It got a lot of city council members and things to be talking about it. And I think in Minneapolis, it's like going to be up for a vote. It's just crazy. Oh, all right. Let's do a two-tone donut. Whoa. Oh yeah, so a lot of open gaps. Maybe a more chocolate cereal. All right. Oh wait, before this, oops, I'm having a miserable time filling these. There we go. No, 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 no. Come on. There. Wait, what? Oh, Jesus. Wow. Oh yeah, yeah. Cops in their personal lives. Holy crap. Yeah, the abuse of power. I think off-duty cops are much more dangerous than on duty as far as drinking and ex-wives and girlfriends. Holy shit. Hmm. Yeah, it's crazy. Sorry, just reading the chat. Yeah. Hmm. Yeah, we when I lived in Chicago, we lived pretty near Cabrini Green in Old Town, and one night the cops were chasing a car, and the cars were shooting at each other. And the street is a one-way street. You can only go out of it. You can't go into it. So I think they're trying to limit like people coming into the bad neighborhoods to buy drugs. So everything is one way in this one area. And the cops were chasing a car, and they were shooting at each other. And we had a bullet go through the window and lodge into the window frame. And cops came back around, and maybe they were looking to see what windows got broken. They knocked on our door, came up, and they said, "Is everybody okay in here?" And checking everything, and then they pried the slug out of the window frame and just left and said, "Yeah." So they were they took care of the evidence. I was just a university student, so I was just okay. What's what do you guys need? What's going on? And they came in and were very like, "Oh, is everybody okay? Hope there wasn't any problem." And they were just in there to collect the evidence. I mean, the broken window was still proof of something, but well, yeah, that's right. And then at this, what they also said, that was probably from the car we were chasing. They were. There's a lot of gunfire, and that was from the car they were chasing. So I wanted to make sure everything was okay because they weren't going to claim any responsibility for shooting through the window. And it had to be them because the car they were chasing wouldn't be shooting ahead of them, wouldn't be shooting forward. They would be shooting at the cops behind them. So the gunfire would have definitely come from the cops. But they just came up and said, "Oh no, that was definitely from the car we were chasing, and then we'll just take care of this." And they pried it out of the window and left. Yeah, that's when, and because we were sleeping in that front room, so that was extra disturbing because we heard the sound of the pursuit, and then one of the windows broke. Like that was definitely a bullet. But yeah, they took care of it, so no problem. No one was gonna get blamed for discharging a firearm in a residential neighborhood. Jesus. Yeah, Chicago police. I didn't have any good interactions with Chicago. In LA either. They were the worst. Yeah, they claimed that wasn't them. Yeah, it wasn't their fault. That it couldn't have been them, but that only could have been them. And I don't know why, because it's a pretty narrow street, and there's cars parked on either side. So I don't know why they're firing at each other. Like I don't know why there was gunfire happening at all. But of course, well, they knew they had to come up and get rid of anything. And if I mean, I didn't have any. I was pretty clueless. If I would have had a clue, I would have gotten it out myself. I would have pried it out before they came up. But it was just so shocking. We were still so freaked out having a bullet come through the window that we hadn't recovered yet by the time they stopped by. Still freaked out. Oh yeah, and that was one of those times too, because you don't know until you're kind of tested, like what your actual reaction is going to be. And so I was sleeping next to my, girlfriend who I eventually married, my ex-wife, and we were just living together at the time. But as soon as that window broke, like connected to gunshots, I just like ducked myself down. I didn't cover her. I didn't reach for her. I didn't see if she was okay. I just ducked, just like, got down. I was like, okay, well, I guess I know where my natural instincts lay. Very, not very protective, not very protecting. But yeah, I realized that afterwards, like, oh, that's so sad. I don't think she ever said anything because I think we were just both really freaked out by it. But I felt afterwards like, oof, not exactly. Not exactly the bravest reaction. Maybe that was the moment that it was all over, and we just stayed together for another 10 years until we figured it out. But that kind of stuff is very unnerving. Oh, so I guess it's Coke. Shit. Yeah, I hadn't decided yet if that was going to be a beer or a soda or whatever. Maybe I should make it a Diet Coke. Diet might be funnier. All right. Hmm. Hmm. Oh, wow. All right. So, yeah, maybe change the Coke. Yeah, maybe. So turn this off. And yeah, just reverse the colors. There, now it's Coke Zero. Oh, and then I can probably do a lot more highlighting. And actually, take it down a little bit. Oh no, that's too much. It's too bright under there. Yeah, so maybe just a little bit of highlighting. I can decide later if that makes any sense. All right. Yes, Breakfast of Champions. Thank you, Sedona. Yeah, so it has to be diet soda, right? Oh, I think I've made a bunch of part of this nutritious breakfast jokes. Oh, and actually, with it being diet, it's gonna be hard to see eyes. Hmm. Breakfast of Champions. That's a great book. Kurt Vonnegut. Let's see. Sorry. Too much noise in the mic. Yeah, I think that'll work. Yeah, I think I'll need to, just so eyes are actually a thing. Unless I do, I don't know if those will read if I do like metal or some non. Yeah, I don't think it'll read. Actually, but I could do. I haven't tried this before. Let's see if this works. How do I do this here? Here and here. So I can just put a stroke on them to set it off a little bit. Oh, wow. It might look a little too perfect. Or like that weird glasses. So let me see if I use this. No, that just looks bizarre. Yeah, that's not gonna, I think we'll just get rid of the Coke Zero idea. No coffee. Yeah, that's my my little brother's. He never drank coffee, so he would always have Coke for breakfast. That's my little brother's breakfast of champions. Uh, that's funny. All right. Damn. Okay, well, we got it colored. I just have to figure out what's going on. Oh, man. Oh, okay. Oh, sorry. So let me just switch over to something real quick, just to talk about. I think I've talked about this. I think I've showed you guys the weekly, like, Shonen Jump manga, the black and white one, a year ago or so. But let's try this. Boom. Oh, hey, all right. You can see my awesome cloud. Oh, we'll just leave this. Yeah, we'll leave this as a background. Can do comment. Oh, we'll do comments later too. Uh, anyhow, so this big beautiful thing. Oh, look at that wonderful green screen over there. This thing is one of the best magazines that Japan has made for a while. I think since the late '60s, early '70s, maybe. But it just had a redesign, so it's had a little bit of a logo change, but it just had a major redesign this year. I think started in the beginning of this year. So great timing. But this is Hobby Japan, and it used to just say in English letters Hobby Japan across the front of it, but now it just says HJ, which I don't think they know. I mean, it's better than BJ, I guess, but HJ is not not a strong brand for the magazine. So yeah, but it's this super thick, and a lot of times it'll include exclusive models or little extra booklets or things. Oh, and actually, yeah, and it always has a sexy fold-out poster. But in case you couldn't guess from the airbrush on the cover, so this is all the plastic model kits. So plastic model kits and military kits and some dolls and a lot of toys in here. So this is one of the most wonderful magazines of Japanese pop culture, and it just recently became available, I think within just the past year or so, digitally. They were having a lot of trouble because it's popular because it shows you kind of what's upcoming the year, in the year for releases for all the kind of major, maybe sit back a little bit, major toy stuff from Japan. They have big lists of everything when it comes out and how it's going to be released. And so a lot of people were scanning it and putting it on the internet, and they actually prosecuted those people. Like they actually went after them if they were somewhere where Japanese authorities had jurisdiction. They arrested them and they tried to fine or block everybody else. But just a quick look. So that they redesigned the inside a little bit. It's a little bit funkier, but still nice and busy. But the thing, sorry, I'm trying to stay on camera here. The thing that's really cool is it's got really good photography. So here's all their airbrush talk. It's got really amazing photography of plastic models. So you get these big full page, gorgeous pictures of assembled models and painted models, and then they do the Photoshop effects and things to make them look like they're moving around. But yeah, it's if you want to see the most beautiful versions of all the Gundam and all of the giant robot stuff coming out, this is an amazing magazine, and it always has a lot of little tips for cleaning specific models up and stuff, and it kind of reviews. I mean, I think the reviews are very biased. They love everything. That's what game magazines are like here too. They just love everything because they want the advertisement, and maybe they want the review models. But you get a lot of really excellent tutorials about how to scratch build certain things and how to modify stuff. And you can kind of see the trend of the style of painting kind of goes back and forth from like realistic, weathered, like military technique style to also the very clean, perfect, more like how they look on the anime. But this is an insanely wonderful magazine that if you like the robots and stuff, this is probably the best one, and released often enough and huge enough that here's the that's what the logo used to look like. So they used to just have that on the front instead of this weird HJ. But I guess they're kind of modernizing the look of it. But so it rinsed on all the model kits, and then some of the more expensive, kind of vinyl kits, or and I think garage kits too. And the one thing that they just started doing is Warhammer. So because Warhammer came to Japan less than 5 years ago. Now Hobby Japan actually covers Warhammer, which is a very foreign, very Kaigai import thing. So that's pretty amazing. So seeing Gundam and Warhammer in the same magazine is pretty strange. But and then military, it's going to be all green, so I'm sure it'll key out. But then towards the back, it gets to the so here's cute figures, but then it gets to a lot of the tiny, so all the stuff you're going to see in the either blind boxes or the capsule toy machines and stuff. So everything. So this is the part that's the most fun, because you'll see all the new releases that are coming on it. Every month there's just so much stuff. It's insane. So the movies that come to Japan or the new anime will all have crazy amounts of goods in there. And the other funny thing that they do, which I think is a little bit unique, maybe it's a common style in Japan, is you've got a little postcard in here. So you got to answer some questions about, about this issue, like what you liked in the magazine, what you want to see more of, what you didn't like, and kind of rate each of the departments. But then you get a chance, that gives you a chance to, so you put like two of your top choices. So each of these things has a code. It's all just a number. But these are all the models that they built for the magazine and photographed. So, they can't just every month keep warehousing all of these finished models. So they give them away. They kind of have a little raffle where they're giving away all of their review copies or the models that they produced for the magazine every month are available in a little lottery in the back. So I always thought that was a fun idea, and it makes sense for them because they're going to, that's a lot of stuff to have gone through. So that is, well, to get this straight, that is Hobby Japan, and it's still being published. It's still a thing. This is the February episode. But big, beautiful, full color magazine that did just go up to, I think, like $10. It used to be $7. And, now it's up to almost a little bit less than with the conversion. But it's getting close to $12 now. But, everything is getting super expensive as far as publishing. But Japan won't stop doing it. They still have so many magazines, like the bookstores are still racks and racks of fashion and hobby magazines, sports magazines, and pop culture stuff. So so that was one of my favorite things that I was happy to have access to when I moved here, because it was one of the things I bought as an import, and I think I was paying like $12 an issue, which I thought was insane as an import, and now it's gone up to that price. So anyhow, well, I guess we'll make this a combination, even with, see if I can fix that screen a little bit, maybe a little bit. No, it just gets worse on the other side. Let's take a look at the comments while we're here. So wait, let me switch over to this. There we go. Oh, sorry. All right. Yeah. All right. There we go. Okay, so uh-oh. Oh, yes, I don't know. The sewing hobby here is pretty hardcore. You would, be impressed with some of the shops here. Oh, yeah, and Lee, I'm sure you probably learned a bit of that from Lee. Okay, let's take a look at last week's cartoons. All right, the possibly jumping cake. They seem to be preparing for something. So one comment. Let me know when they're done. Nice. All right. Let's go back one. That's right. It's going to be marked as me liking it. I guess that's a good thing. All right. They feel completely forsaken by their coffee maker. 2 comments. It's the pods, people. Shades of the Body Snatchers. Oh, interesting. Oh, I guess, this was feeling very Body Snatchers for them. Interesting. I was just seeing it as abandoned abandoned coffee making, but yeah, I guess that does look very pod-like. It was supposed to be a coffee filter, but it's, yeah. I guess if I wouldn't have put the wet coffee on, it would have looked even more mysterious, like a mask or something, yeah. But, all right. There we go. Okay, well, let's try a few random, see how ugly this gets. 2005, look at those lumpy little drawings. The 100-watt bulb envied the flashlight's independence, while the flashlight was obsessed with bulb size. Oh, no comments, but some likes. That's a very long one. Ooh, 4 comments. Okay, 2013. Abandoned New Year's resolutions created strange debris. Oh, I think we've read this one already. I get the lifting and the reading. But what does the other one mean? Oh, thank you for the reply. It looks like vitamin supplements or something along those lines. Yes, thank you, James. You are correct. All right, one more. Cheese. That's a big cheese that nobody read. Very selfishly, he hoped the new year would be all about cheese. Of course. All right, more boxes. Oh, look at that strange cookie. It's always embarrassing to lose your cookies. Oh, I don't remember. Yeah, that expression to throw up is to lose your cookies. Well, at least it was on top. The top one didn't lose his cookies on the other 2. 7 years ago. Comments. Wow. Oh, there's more in there? Oh, that's right. I got to show all. Okay, who dropped one? Barf, giblets. Nice. Nothing like going back in time. At least it's not 33 years in the past. It will be soon. All right. Yeah, that one. A couple of these, I think. I don't know how random. Oh, there we go. Look at that. That was a very ambitious drawing. The line between non-traditional media and pranks was surprisingly blurry. Wow, I can barely remember drawing that. Look at that blur effects and everything. This is definitely digital era cartoons, but wow, going all in there. Oh, here we go. You're not kidding. When I was in elementary school a long time ago, my gym teacher took a magic marker, drew a few simple X's on a white dish towel, and offered it for sale for $100. Now, this was when $100 was a lot of money. I told you it was a long time ago. I don't know, though, if it ever sold. Nice. Well, that was quite a paragraph. Wow. I guess he can't bring up art. Oh, I don't think they do it in English, Joe. They do Shonen Jump in English now, but I don't think they do it in English. Yeah, so it's all Japanese, but it's so much photography that it actually works in it works well in Japanese. I mean, if you can't read it, and there's a bit of English too, as far as like names of things will be in English and Japanese because they think that looks cool. So there's enough English that it works okay as an import magazine. It's probably somebody is selling it on Amazon. I wouldn't be surprised if Hobby Japan is available, and there is the digital version now. So if you have, oh no, I think it would just be Amazon Japan though. But Amazon Japan, if you have the unlimited, the Kindle Unlimited, it's on there. But big chunk of cheese. Yeah, it's a very cool magazine. That was one thing that I loved collecting when I wasn't even here. But and now though the stores are getting so much more limited, it's hard to even find stuff. You've got to order like anything that's in the magazine. You have to look for online anyhow. It's always online sales now, which is sad. It's become it's a very different place. All right, one more. Ooh, look at that crazy coffee seat. I didn't even straighten it. I scanned it and it was at an angle and I didn't even straighten it. There was nothing but embarrassed silence After the cup with the tea bag was filled with coffee. That's, yeah, this is a really old one. Yeah, 2005. Old one. Yeah, look, I mean, I didn't even, like, when lines overlapped and stuff, yeah, I didn't change anything. Yeah, the Sharpie, it's a lot fuzzier, the quality of it. I still scanned it, like, really high resolution, but yeah, you can definitely see the fuzziness of it. Wow, I've got a lot of these old cartoons, too, on paper. Okay, back to the drawings. Nice. Okay. So, let's see here. So no coffee. So maybe just a hard time. So he thought he would fit in much better with this trashy breakfast. Let's see. Oh, okay, wait. I think I've got it. They seem to be expecting diet cola. Lots of typos. Sorry, my keyboard is on my lap, so it's a weird angle. So yeah, maybe cola, because then that won't give away my regional preference of soda or pop. Okay. Yeah, so I think if he frowns, then he will seem to not be included in the... He's disappointed by their expectations. There we go. Oh, and the donut doesn't have eyes. Oh, I can't believe I completely... It was probably a... Yeah, neither the spoon either. Whoa, that's weird. Something distracted me. All right. Yeah, they seem to be expecting Diet Cola because you always have chocolate cereal, a donut, and a Diet Coke. Oh, cool. Oh, Kid Robot. Yeah. Oh, that sucks. Wow. Yeah, I remember visiting Kid. Yeah, I've got a really cool Katsu Shintaro book from Kid Robot that I bought in San Francisco. Yeah, it's on my shelf somewhere. I won't bore you looking at it, but yeah, it's a that was a cool story. That sucks. Yeah, maybe because I think they maybe had enough of a brand. If somebody bought them, then they could do a website and a booth in San Diego and stuff to sell that brand. Yeah. I bought some cool stuff there. I got a Gatchaman T-shirt, like a what is it called, Battle of the Planets. The yeah, just like a silhouette of the Gatchaman characters, and that Katsu Shintaro book. All right, so I think that works. That's exactly what I was thinking. Is yeah, Diet Coke. Oh, dirty chai. Oh, that sounds good. Oh, that sounds really good. I have never had dirty chai Sedona. That sounds really awesome. Wow. Oh, I'm almost off camera. Wow, that sounds really good. Yeah, I love. I'd love to try that. Yeah, I should find out. I bet somebody would do that here, or would at least make it. Or I think a lot of the shops you can have them put a shot. A lot of the coffee shops will put a shot in just about anything. So I should try that. Yeah, that sounds good. Right. Wow. Dirty chai. Nice. Okay, so yeah, they seem to be expecting Diet Cola. All right. Oh, right, and this is Bluetooth. Bluetooth speaker jokes. Yikes. Mm. Yeah, I would think the spices and chai plus coffee might be really cool, like a nice combination. Yeah, depending on the place. Yeah, yeah. What do they sweeten chai tea with? Is it honey or yeah? I'm trying to think because I've had some really sweet chai and then I've had some. The Indian place here, my favorite Indian place here has chai tea and it's unsweetened, but they give you the gum syrup. Um, Japan loves, and I think that's mostly for hot drinks though. But instead of sugar, or like maybe it works well. Maybe the reason they use it because it works well with both cold and hot drinks. Um, it's like a sweetened syrup. I think just made from some kind of starch, maybe something. But it's just a clear syrup that sweetens, and they give you that. But the unsweetened version is pretty good because it's not bitter or anything. But yeah, I've had sweet chai, and I sometimes it's too sweet, but I don't know what they use. Maybe it's just always sugar, but it seems like it could be something odd. All right, so this was supposed to be Bluetooth. Oh, maybe I should put blue. Yeah, maybe I should do that. Do like a little blue light on everything to kind of reinforce the idea. Maybe not that blue. I guess it's got to be pretty bright though. Like that, and everyone's gonna get a blue light somewhere. All right. Here and here. What the? Oh, that is fine and that is fine. All right, and then do a highlight. Oops. Let's try to make it look. Maybe this should be a little blue too then. No, maybe it does need to just be white, just so it looks very bright. Yeah, yeah, I think it does need to be white. It's just that small one didn't work. Oh, I guess that works for the smaller one. The contrast was too strange. So they all have blue lights. Okay, wait a minute. One more. One more stupid thing. See, that's how much I don't want to write this as I keep finding other things to do. So have them all be kind of blue glowing behind them. This is way too much Photoshop for this idea. There we go. Now they all have little blue lights. Oh wow. Heavy cream and butterscotch. Oh, that sounds good. Oh, maybe condensed milk. Yeah, I bet you're right because it's an odd sweetness. Yeah, nice. Oh, good. Yeah, I think that gets it across. And then I can make a Bluetooth joke, and people have some clue because maybe these aren't very recognizable as speakers. All right. Let's see. So they were all. I probably have to put a little TM next to Bluetooth. They were all connected by Bluetooth. Somewhat connected. Something Bluetooth connection, blah blah blah. Let's see. Yeah, something. I guess it's going to be capitalized regardless. Oh, that sounds good. Oh, that sounds really good. All right. Oh, that's really good, Sedona. Yeah, I like that. Yeah, yeah. Yes. Yeah, I like that. Yeah, deep connection. Or yeah, connection that no one could touch. Oh, that's good. Let's see. Yeah, and somehow like ruin it with Bluetooth, like having if it yeah the connection between them. Their connection went far beyond Bluetooth. Trademark. What? I've got a. Oh, there we go. Yeah, I like that. No connection that no one could touch. Yes, some kind of connection. They're unbreakable connection. They're deep. I don't know about deep, but some kind of, yeah, to emphasize like loving or friendly or something. Oh, sexual always got in the way. But they had a connection no one could touch. Yeah. Or something about how Bluetooth. Yeah, something about the technology or Bluetooth being not enough. So many similarities, but only connections with Bluetooth. Yeah, so something about like yeah, Bluetooth wasn't enough for them. Let's see. Or they wish they could connect more than just Bluetooth. Like Bluetooth was not enough. Yeah, the technology is getting in the way. Sorry, I think the camera's a little lower than it was last time. I feel like I'm disappearing off in the corner here. Yeah, so it went far beyond Bluetooth. So Bluetooth wasn't enough. I guess that gets that across. But they wish they could connect by more that were connected by more than Bluetooth. It's another they. I think every cartoon lately has been they. Yes, they. Connected by more than Bluetooth. Yeah, that's right. Only as strong as the signal. Oh yeah. Oh, so yeah, something about range. Yeah, yeah, yeah. The limited. Yeah, right, right. Yeah, range is good because that's another stupid Bluetooth thing. Um, mm, mm, mm. Oh, I think so. The kid, if it's the kid robot, yeah, I think it was the Haight Ashbury area. Yeah, yeah, that would have been. Oof. Well, that yeah, that would have been post. It would have been early 2000s. I think it was still there. Late 90s, early 2000s. It would have been. Yeah. Oh, spiritual. Yeah, spiritual connection is good too. Something more. Yeah, yeah, yeah. They were looking for something more spiritual than Bluetooth. They wished, yeah, they wanted their connection to be, or they wished their connection could be more, something more spiritual than Bluetooth. Uh, yeah, uh, it's crazy. So now in Japan, there's a shop called Astro Zombies in the Nipponbashi area, which is kind of the geeky kind of collector area, and it is all American import toys, which is very funny, and a lot of vintage stuff like old model kits, like old Ratfink stuff, and some T-shirts and stuff too. But that's funny because it used to be everything was like Japanese, cool Japanese import stores when I was in California, and now there's American. It's weird to see American import toy stores. So it's all like superheroes and Hot Wheels and Matchbox and stuff that might be interesting to Japanese collectors. But most Japanese collectors only collect Japanese. It's very rare that someone is like too obsessed. It's gotta have Bluetooth. Oh, that's too depressing. Yeah, if they're trying to they're trying to connect to God by Bluetooth. Uh, that's too sad. Yeah, the what is it trying to or pairing? Yeah, Bluetooth is pairing too. Um, yeah, too much. There's too many of them to pair. Yeah, I like Bluetooth and connections. That's spiritual. Yeah, your God is what Alexa? What is it, Alexa or Siri? Your God is okay. Google. Uh, I have that turned off on my phone. Thank God. All right. Oh yeah, I saw Microsoft is finally going to dump that the Cortana thing from Halo. So I guess they named their voice assistant on maybe starting Windows 8. I don't know if it was 8 or 10, but they did Cortana from the Halo games, and I never used it, so I never heard if it was like the character's voice or just a synthetic voice. Yeah. Okay, Google, I'm ready. I'm ready to leave this planet. Let's see. Oops, I wanted this. Oh, I can delete the unused. What's going on? Oh, that's the confirm. Just move this a little bit. Yeah, there's something. There's something there. With so connecting to each other or connecting to something. uh, oh yeah, your God is selling all your data off. Yeah, what was the thing they just found out? This some huge number of, I think it was Android, like some huge number of Android apps had tracking, had some sort of tracking software in them, that they were then selling to the government. That the companies, like, they couldn't resist. It was probably like a way they could help uh, uh, write off development costs or balance, compensate for expensive developing apps if they just included some software that would then collect data that they could then sell to the military, or that then was available to, not military, the U.S. government. They were using supposedly anonymous tracking in a bunch of apps that you couldn't turn off. That was, you couldn't turn off, you couldn't opt out. It was just there. So I think we're going to find out that the U.S. and China have a lot more in common than we thought. And that American politicians are looking at what's going on in China and their mouths are watering and they're like, oh, you mean I don't have to ever be reelected? I can have my political position forever if we like have some equivalent of a communist party in America, and we can control people and tell them what to buy and what to do. They must be dying, to have that. They're going to do the reverse. They want to do, so instead of communism with a capitalism funding, they're going to have capitalism with a communist management system. I don't know. Yeah, they want that weird hybrid thing that China's got going on, where they are filthy rich because of capitalism, but they are running themselves as a I don't know what that is. It's not communist. It's not communism, but I'm sure America is trying to figure out their own weird hybrid. I missed Joe. Oh yeah, sorry, I was missing. Oh, there we go. All right, so or maybe just, oh, this might be, yeah, less sad. That's another they though, but I guess that's okay. They found a connection. Shoosh. Yes, this is not a good position for the keyboard. I can't touch type at all at this angle. They found a connection that went far beyond. Found a connection that went far beyond Bluetooth. But to what? I don't know. I don't know if that's like ambiguously spiritual or not. They found a connection that went far beyond Bluetooth. Oh yeah, didn't they have that thing? I think it was. Oh, Alexa is Amazon. That's right. I think it was the Alexa, the Home Pods or whatever, where to make that AI seem more friendly, you could tell it a joke and it would laugh, but there was something that was triggering the function, like thinking that it had been told a joke or whatever, so it would, like, just in the middle of the night, if you had one of those little Amazon things, it would just start laughing in the middle of the night. The most horrific thing you could do is just like randomly laugh at nothing. Yeah, crazy. Mysteriously laughing connected speakers. They found a so they, oh, maybe together might help that, and then it doesn't start with they. Together they found a deeper connection than Bluetooth. They belong to a wireless speaker cult Yeah. They found a deeper connect. Yeah, together they found a deeper connection. Yeah, we were talking about Kid Robot, right? Yeah, yeah. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, well, I haven't been to San Francisco in a lot of years. Yeah, because the last time, yeah, it's only been Los Angeles because my daughter's there. Maybe she'll. Oh no, but her new boyfriend is going to Berkeley, so yeah, maybe I'll have a an excuse to go there again. And it's easier. It's so much easier to fly into San Francisco than it is to Los Angeles from where I'm at, from Osaka. So that would be nice. Uh, but yeah, I'm sure being away from a city for a while and then seeing it again, there's only just more Old Navy and Jamba Juices. It's never anything nice. There's never any nice changes. It's only just more, mallification. Downtowns are just all chain restaurants and M&M stores and nonsense. Yeah, that really sucks. It's like things don't get more unique or there's not nice things to find. There's just everything just gets shittier and more franchised. Because those are that's the only way to handle economic up and down of tourism or contagious diseases or whatever, is just be able to lose money for as long as possible. So everything's going to be a chain. All right. Okay, so they seem to be expecting Diet Cola. Is there a better way to say that so that it's clear? Yeah, I think that's as close as it's gonna get. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know about that. I think that's the simplest way. Together they found a deeper connection than Bluetooth. That's pretty generic, but it gets it across. Yeah, I like the better connection, like deep connection to each other. Yeah. A I guess I don't even know like if these are going to be recognizable as whatever. Hopefully they look like devices, but they're all supposed to be like weird speakers. All right. Yeah, I think so. Oh man. All right. Yeah, I think that works for both of these. So, Coke for breakfast. A little tribute to my brother there. Oh yeah, no, yeah, oof, yeah. So if I do finally get these stories produced, there's a lot of inspiration from my messed up family in these stories. So you'll have to figure out which characters are whom, what, who. Yeah. So there's a lot of funny, a lot of funny stuff, a lot of cathartic stuff in those stories. So yeah, I'll try to get those together. I really want to start releasing those. I think I can do like one every 2 weeks and then be able to keep writing and editing. I've got like 15, but not all finished. So some of them need to be, some of them are just fragments and some need a couple of passes of editing and polishing to read better. The nice thing though that I realized is it really helps my me kind of whatever kind of settle on or solidify, I guess, the style for the stories when I hear them read. So I hear how the voice is reading it, and it helps me to kind of like, I want them all to have the same kind of tone, and hearing them out loud makes a big difference in writing and structure and everything. I can feel the shape of the story much better when I'm editing it as it's being written. So it's interesting because I didn't think that would inform the writing or word choice. Some of the word choice though I'm specifically doing differently in those stories because of the AI. Because sometimes if there's two of the same sound, the AI will just like cramp, like bleed the word together, so you can't quite hear the two words. Like I forget the example, the thing, but I had to change. I had to change wording because the it was just not reading it well enough, and it wasn't a big deal. It wasn't anything very poetic or anything, just a detail. But oh wow, oh that sucks. Yeah, yeah. I hope we're all getting a round of another round of checks. That'll make it easier because of the um, yeah. I don't have anything to move. I guess a little bit, but I guess yeah. I would rather have U.S. dollars in that account than move yen right now. Uh, yeah. Oh, that would be wonderful. Yeah, who knows? And who knows, like, how many more checks is it going to take? And it's not doing anything. That was the thing they offered. They've been offering a lot of, like, evening businesses, like, restaurants and things that mostly do business at night. So bars and restaurants and everything in Japan to stay closed. And here is, like, $2,000 for, what, a month or something? It's like, it's not enough to make any kind of difference in business expenses. It won't pay their rent, and it's just like, what are you doing? You're saying stay closed, and here's not enough money to stay open, like after, at the end of this whole thing. So it's very weird, these kind of, like, in Japan, these weird half measures to try to help people. I mean, because they can't force anybody to do anything, so they're trying to uh you know coax them, manipulate them. Here's a little bit of money, but it's such a little bit of money that unless you planned on closing the business anyhow, that doesn't make any sense. But that's the scam: is don't pay your rent, take the government money, stay closed, and then just kill the business as soon as. I'm sure that's a yakuza scam right now. They're opening restaurants as fast as they can that are just fronts for those stay closed government checks. Uh, oh, we're still waiting on the first one. Oh, wow. Yeah, I can't believe I was. I guess, I mean, I've been filing taxes pretty regularly, so they mailed the check. I don't ever make enough in the U.S. to get any refund, and it's all royalties, and it's all 1080. Was it 1080? Whatever the independent contractor untaxed income is, whatever form that is. I'm getting confused with video resolution, but that form that you get from somebody, and so I file all that, and I never ever refund. I'm only just paying, and so I didn't set up any direct deposit. I guess I could have set up direct debit. That would have worked the same way. Yeah, right. Yeah, exactly. Ah, that's so crazy. Yeah, what was the there was some company. Oh, I think it was in England though. Yeah, there was one of the hobby companies in England. I guess England was doing the same thing where they were giving all the publicly traded companies like big chunks of money to, I hope everyone's okay. I hope everyone's okay. And they did so well during the break. That quarter was still so strong for them because they had, like, limited, like, they still had digital sales and things, and they still did so well from maybe the sales from the end of last year that they said they gave the money back to the government. But I think it's the only company that did. A stupid, like, hobby company gave their check back, but everyone else is like, oh, thanks, we'll put this into the bonuses for our CEO for being so brave during COVID. uh, yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, and it doesn't. And all that. What was the? I was listening to some podcast that was talking about. The guy had a friend that owned a liquor store, and when all of the first round of checks went out for the for the bad weather checks, the sales of all the top shelf liquor went, like, through the roof. Like, they sold a bunch of their most expensive alcohol after everybody got their checks. I mean, yeah, definitely. It's not enough. It's not enough to change your life. It's not enough to get by on. I mean, unless you're starving, so you may as well do something stupid with it, just because it is such a empty gesture. Uh, yeah, yeah, yeah. America's just gonna need to um, socialize, publicize, make airlines a public service, because they can't run. No company can figure out how to run an airline, especially domestic. I mean, America needs domestic airlines, air travel so much. They just need to manage it on a totally different level where it doesn't have to make money and it's just affordable. Uh, but it'll be even worse though. I can't imagine a government run. What am I saying? Like airlines are already like buses in the sky. There's some like city buses. They're so miserable. I can't imagine how much worse it could be. Uh, wow. The Catholic Church got money for legal fees. That's insane. That's insane. Yeah, I mean I'm sure yeah, the all of the Catholic dioceses have had a huge number of lawsuits. The molestation and all sorts of sexual indiscretion lawsuits that they've been, yeah, because ever since that whole floodgate broke, I'm sure it's been ongoing. They don't publicize it anymore, of course, but I'm sure it's just been an ongoing thing. Oh, yeah, it's crazy. I wonder if it's still, if this is just gonna never end. It's still going on, and they're still trying to hide it, but it's still coming out, and they're still gonna get sued. It could be perpetual. Yeah, right. Yeah, because it goes way back, and I'm sure there's people that could have filed that are already dead. They already died of old age, and but they could have sued the Catholic Church. It's crazy. Oh, yeah. That's right. Uh, yeah, that's just so bizarre. And Wall Street and the Nasdaq are still looking good. It's like what is who's trading what? I guess it's all based on future earnings, future potential. But how is that? Yeah. How can anybody be that optimistic? Oh, sorry, let me get this light. Weird light. My hair's looking almost green. Soon, actually, it does kind of key out weirdly. There was yeah, when we were at the office, when we were setting up a green screen, I couldn't get the guy that we were doing the video with. The guy had black hair and very easy to key out, and my like mysteriously colored hair was yeah, half keying the whole time because it's on the verge of just being green. uh Yeah, that's exactly true. I mean, yeah, they've never paid taxes, so why would the church, yeah, get any money? It's insane. Yeah, that's the thing too. Japan has that same problem with they're real hands off about religion. So there's so many scammy cults, like religious groups here. The government doesn't bother them, and they exist tax free. That's really crazy. A friend of mine had a classmate that was like a priest in training. Like his family had a temple, and so his father was a priest, and so he went into the training to be the Buddhist priest. And this whole family, like, they have this amazing um, temple and house, like located in like very expensive real estate in Tokyo. and they take trips every year with their tax-free religious donations to Las Vegas. Like one of their favorite places to go is Las Vegas, and they gamble the money intended for the temple. So it's every culture, every religion has nice deep corruption. Yeah, that was so nauseating. I guess that makes up for having to shave your head, though, right? If you get a tax-free trip to Vegas every year. Uh, uh, yeah, that's insane. Yeah, professional sports. I don't know what they're going to do, and I don't think the Olympics has any chance of happening in Tokyo next year. I don't think they'll, even if they go ahead with it, I don't think anybody will have any confidence in traveling and sitting in a. I mean, I guess they can do social distancing and uh, yeah, there was talk originally if they had to kind of fall back completely that they would not have public or not have international audiences, only local audiences. So only Japanese. That would be amazing. So you could go see every Olympic event because there's no way they could, have enough people attending these events, but only have Japanese attending. I think they gave up on that. That's not worthwhile. But I heard some rumor about that maybe it'll just be domestic audience only. All right. Oh. Skip. I should delete this hidden. There we go. Yeah, I think that works. Hmm. Mm-mm-mm. Oof. Yeah, that's crazy. Uh, yeah, I heard, yeah, I forget which city that was, but I heard an exact kind of story about that. It's like, yeah, fine, we'll just take our sports team elsewhere. Yeah, and there's been such shenanigans with that, and losing a sports team. Well, that's probably why LA teams come and go so much because they don't get the money they want, and they're just like, oh, we'll just go to Oakland, we'll just go to San Diego. Oh, sorry, just saving this on another screen. Uh, yeah, right. Yeah, right. That's crazy. Yeah, it's so frustrating. It's like, I mean, with all of the nonsense, it really does feel like does any of this really matter? I mean, what why are we worried about careers and you know houses and everything? I mean, just like if they're gonna, yeah, just let everybody stay wherever they're staying for free, and just provide them with a monthly food stipend, and you can do whatever the hell you want. We'll just have to stop shopping on Amazon. But yeah, it's just really feels pointless. Let me do the spell check real quick, just in case. All right. Yeah, I wonder if this is kind of what my parents' generation were feeling after the 70s, like how fucked up the 70s were in the US, the oil crisis and, Vietnam and the oil crisis and everything. I wonder if there was a similar feeling is everything going to ever be normal again? And then there was the 80s. I don't know. So, Yeah, it's a rough 20s. I don't think we're gonna mistakenly ever call these the roaring 20s. I can't even say that word. Um, but yeah, we're not gonna have fond memories of these 20s. I don't think. Mm. Yeah, there's gonna be so many in the records of everything and history and everything. There's just going to be these asterisks by this, period in time. Yeah, nothing really happened because no one could do anything or go anywhere, and everybody was working from home. Yeah, I'm really curious to see what's going to happen with schools in the U.S. Next month, if they're going to actually try to open or what they're going to end up doing. Oh, hey! Thank you, Joe, so much. Oh, you're the best. Bye bye, Raiders. That's right. Yes, to commemorate the Raiders movie. Yeah, Vegas with us. The NFL in Vegas though is weird. Yeah, well, I guess it's not any. That's not much more different than Arizona or any of the Southwest. But yeah, that's funny. Bye bye, Raiders. uh, yeah, that is a really odd move, and that was the thing. What was the basically the team? This is just the rumor. So I grew up around, or was born like suburban Cleveland, Ohio, and the shit team that Cleveland always has was the Cleveland Browns, which actually originally used to be the Brownies, which what do you mean like the little elf looking thing, but I think they shortened it to the Browns to make it seem less child or like less ridiculous and a little stronger. I don't know. But that team, I forget when that was. If that was like a 90s thing, but that team was just kind of like hijacked in the middle of the night and just brought to Baltimore and became the Ravens, and then they became successful, like they started winning, and then like Cleveland was left with nothing. Like I don't know how they managed that, but they basically snuck away in the middle of the night, the players, and they just that whole team became the Baltimore Ravens, and Cleveland had even worse players that next season. Uh, but yeah, it was some kind of management shenanigans. Mm. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. No, that's really true. And I mean, without if you could take away the kind of solidarity and the community thinking and the focus on things like health and take away the greed from Asia, it would be insane like what could be accomplished. But right now, I mean, it's just like China has amazing resources and amazing ability and amazing people, and it's just like so bogged down in greed and communism that if it was actual communism, it would be amazing. But yeah, it's just the way that yeah, fame isn't such a motivator, but status and money are just so huge in. I'm just my direct experience is Japan, but yeah, people could accomplish so much more. But at the same time, like they're still amazed. Like Japanese, even the um, CEOs and management in Japan is still so amazed, and even athletes too, professional athletes are so amazed by how much money is thrown at um, the management, the top everything in the U.S. They can't even imagine those kinds of salaries because it's just obscene. It would be obscene here. You couldn't actually take that much money for knowing how little you're actually doing and feel okay about it. But no, I think that's a good point. Sedona is the yeah, if that could just be set aside, if like money would be something that nobody ever had to worry about, like things just cost however much they needed to cost, and it was not you're not thinking about accumulating wealth, then yeah, it would be crazy. Any trailers for Grounded? No. Grounded. I don't think so. Ah, nice, nice. No, I'll take a look for that. Yeah, I haven't seen what was I was looking on. It was so depressing. I was looking on some movie trailers site just recently and say, "Oh, let's see what's coming up." And literally there's nothing. There's, everything is so delayed that they're not even, producing trailers of anything because it's just pointless to get people excited for indefinite release date coming sometime. Oh, that's funny. Mm. Oh, I can tell you because it's a kind of an open thing. Healthcare is crazy cheap in Japan. There is you can have private health insurance, and you can pay like completely out of pocket for ridiculously luxurious, hospitals and healthcare and stuff. But standard, it's a little blue card that everybody gets. Either you can get it through your job or uh, pay for it. Like if you set up like an LLC kind of family company, you can pay for it through that. So have everybody in your family covered that way. But it's all government based, and it's less than 100, and it's like 120 something, like $120 a month. Um, Gets you the national insurance card, and that insurance card makes everything. Your copay is around $20 to do anything, like even like outpatient procedures and things. I've never had to pay. I think the most I ever had to pay as a copay for a lot of work, for like a lot of tests and a lot of work, was like $40, like less than $40, like $30. So everything is just these minimum copays with that national insurance card. So yeah, it's about 120. I'm forgetting the amount, and it's all the family members are all lumped together, but it's very cheap and insanely affordable. Anybody qualifies for it. Like anybody can get it that has either residency or a visa, the spouse visa or whatever. So yeah, it's so there's a couple of levels of that, and I think when after you retire, like kind of like the Medicare version of that is a pink card, and I think that's even cheaper, if not free, like part of like national pension. But I've seen older people with pink cards, but most people have the blue national insurance cards, and that gets you. I mean, Japan has some older hospitals, and that they're the very busy healthcare system, because local doctors too are a very common thing. So Japanese people go to the doctor for everything. Anytime they don't feel right, they go to the doctor. So the doctors are very, very busy, especially locally, but there's local clinics and then there's bigger hospitals. But that little insurance card covers everything. It makes everything insanely cheap. Nobody pays, crazy prices for any, prescriptions or anything. Like none of that stuff is going to make you lose your house or anything. The national health insurance is amazing in Japan. So it's, basically like socialized medicine, because the government is paying such a huge part of your health costs. But you're still paying into it. You're still, it's not, completely coming out of your taxes. You pay a monthly, so it's pretty good. Oh yeah, yeah. No, I'm sure there are definitely. I mean, it's probably going to be the most expensive. I mean, you could probably get a very expensive, out completely out of pocket uh, hip replacement, but it would be very amazing. I'm sure the best ones are in the U.S., but not the cheapest. Yeah, not the most affordable. No, it's just. I mean, it's a parliamentary democracy. I mean, it's not any more social. It's not. It's less socialist than like England or the EU. It's kind of an odd hybrid. Um, but it's, yeah, totally. You know, they have a diet. I think they don't call it a parliament; it's called a diet. But it's the same kind of thing. It's parties that are elected, and they have to negotiate power, and then they put forward their prime minister, or their leader is chosen from the ruling party. But it's all election. It's all elected, and the taxes are not insane. So it's not like Sweden level taxes. So it's much less socialist than Europe, but they have there's certain things that they really focus on as far as systems that are going to take care of people. Hey, Dolly. Nice. Are you coming to us from the UK at this moment? Wow. Hmm. Nice. Wow. I'm glad. I'm glad you made it to the other side. Talking to us from beyond. Uh, nice. Wow. Yeah. I saw new videos, but yeah, if you're live streaming, I have to start paying attention to, well, yeah, what your new live streaming schedule is like. So everything went okay? Any insane travel stories or any insane Amsterdam stories? Did you lose your mind for a little while? Mm. Oh wow. AK5 grounded looks really cool. It's obsidian too. Wow, yeah, I hadn't seen about that. So bad. Nice. Yeah, I heard Amsterdam has good weed cafes and pancakes, right? Oh, and the sex museum. That's right. Nice. Oh, cool. Okay. Yeah, I'll take a look. Oh, I'll listen. Yeah, you don't have to. You don't have to type out a transcript. Yeah, I'll listen to your listen to your latest video. That's great. So, are you all set up? Uh oh. Lightweight. You just got to build up your tolerance there. It's everything's a lot stronger than it used to be. Oh no. Hmm. That's right. Joe's not liking. Joe's got a little bit of doll phobia. Hmm. Nice. So you were definitely just smoking weed. You weren't doing mescaline or anything. Oh, that's crazy. Yeah, that was that last week when Joe was talking about when dolls came up and we were wondering how you were doing. I was telling people about that thing that the temples do in Japan, where dolls, especially the older dolls, like the very traditional Japanese dolls, people don't want to throw them away, and especially a doll that's had like, like contact with a kid's cherished toy or some, been part of somebody's life. It has some sort of spirit. It has something that you have to let go. So you can't just throw it in the trash or send it to a recycling shop. So they ceremonially uh, burn dolls and pray for the spirit. So you can do that with all of your things that look like people in Japan. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Oh, nice. Yeah, right. Yes. Early 1900 wood dolls would definitely have a look, have that horror movie vibe. Mm. Yeah, there are some very scary Japanese dolls. Wow. Yeah, so how does the I mean, I'm sure it's evolved a bit. So at the cafes in Amsterdam, are they do they roll joints for you, or do they just pack a pipe, like pack a bowl, or what are they how do you how are you served your weed? Oh, nice. Yeah. Yeah, if the pot's getting too much, yeah, you might have some trouble on the shrooms as well. Just be somewhere safe and familiar. Oh wow, yeah, yeah. Yeah, I was wondering if it's like, when you go into like a tea place that has exotic teas, and yeah, they measure everything out and then they set everything up for you. uh yeah, yeah, that's funny. Hmm. Cool. Yeah, and that guy can say, yeah, let you roll as fat as you want. Nice. So what was the first thing you did when you got back to the UK? Like the first like I'm home thing. I'm curious what you're taking off your shoes and bowing to everybody. Nice. Mm. Yeah, you're lucky you're back in the land where you're not taller than the average man in Japan, so that must have felt good. Right, right. Yeah, you can roll tiny. Oh man. Nice. Oh wow, yeah, right. Eye contact is a thing too. Yeah, yeah, I can't imagine like just going straight back to like everyday life, because even when I've been back it's been, kind of holiday vacation-y stuff, so not normal daily life. Yeah, right, right, right. That's so funny. Mm. Wow. Mm. Yeah, yeah. Family's always fun. And and when you're apart, I feel that a lot. Yeah, with relatives back in the States, I miss them and I want to spend time together. And then when we get together, it's like, oh, right, I forgot how badly this doesn't work. Wow. Oh wow. Yeah, that's crazy. How long were you in Japan, Dolly? I forget. I think you said at the last game night we had. I completely am blanking now. I'm leaning weirdly on the corner of the video. Wow. Is it all cashless payment interfaces now? That's crazy. Yeah, I think they want that. They want to eliminate that service worker first. Oh wow, 7 years. Yeah, yeah, yeah. That definitely has to be a yeah. A lot could have changed, and Yeah, because just a few years, especially with how fast people are trying to convert to certain technologies and things. Ah, right, right, right. That's right. You got to relearn the previous version, the new version of of your previous system. Wow. Mm. Wow. Well, you are missed. Definitely. We haven't had a game, anything since you left. It's just no point. But we should try something online sometime. That would be fun to do. Yeah, if we can find a good uh, yeah, middle ground time wise. Oh no. Uh, oh, oh, what did I do? There we go. I lost everything. Where's my Photoshop? Somehow I closed all windows. Nice. Ah, wow. Hmm. Oh, that's too bad. Well, there's sorry, I haven't had fish and chips yet. Yeah, there's always a place for you though. Yeah, that's it's crazy. Yeah, it has to be a big readjustment time though. Yeah, and kind of a letdown when it's like, oh right, this is this is normal life. This is what it was like. That has to be tricky. Yeah, because I was only when I was homestay from high school, I was only gone for a year. But when I came back, like television and food and everything was just like felt insane compared to what I was dealing with before. Oh no. Uh, mm. What? I was a weeb. What? What happened? Who? What? I deny. I do not confirm or deny. Oh no, no, no! I was definitely not. I went to Sweden. I spent a year in Sweden. It was amazing, and I went to Roskilde, to the outdoor festival in Denmark. It was insane. It was so cool. And I like left my host families. Uh, I was just like staying at my girlfriend's apartment, and this. Oh, it was beautiful. It was a beautiful time. Uh, yeah. No. Yeah. I didn't have anything that had a huge language requirement. I wasn't up to doing. I was basically just getting away from a miserable last year of high school, and no, 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 yeah, not Japan. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, but yeah, Sweden was amazing. That was really fun, and close to Europe, right there. So yeah, because I was in the south, and it's funny because a lot of the Swedish people I talk to don't like the south of Sweden very much. So I guess it's like kind of coming to the U.S. and staying in West Virginia or whatever. But yeah, no, I had never been to Japan before I met my wife. So yeah, not a weeb. I claim innocence. I think Scandinavia thinks they're something a little bit other than European. I get that feeling, and I was surprised. There was a lot of hostility, like American hostility. Like when I was younger, I could pass as Swedish, so I wasn't very noticeable. But I was surprised once people found out I was American. Yeah, the politics and stuff, because it was late '80s, so they were disgusted by American politics and a lot of anti-American stuff. The south of Sweden has an accent so the Swedish is a little bit closer to Danish, and so there's Skåne. Skåne is the southern area of Sweden, and Skånska is the accent that they have, and it's a little more sing song, like Danish is. The intonation is a little different, so people make fun of that. Make fun of that accent. So it's kind of like Kansai Ben and Tokyo Ben. The Tokyo people are like, that's not real Japanese, and Stockholm people are like, that's not real Swedish. You were more, bumpkin, style. Yeah, yeah. It was just American. I don't know what were we doing in the '80s. I don't know. Everything that America was up to in the '80s. Yeah, I think it's just like the nobody liked Reagan, and yeah, America had kind of. I mean, some people liked American pop culture there, but as far as like any political discussions got kind of ugly. But yeah, I'm not sure now, like how things have changed. Yeah, but yeah, Sweden had its own kind of odd problems. They have the same kind of tensions with immigrants that I think all of Scandinavia, but maybe also like Australia and places do. So they accepted immigrants, or accepted refugees and things at that time, but they kind of tried to keep them out of everything, of owning land and working, or maybe starting companies or whatever. So they were tried to control a group of foreigners in their country. So there's a lot of resentment, and then like skinheads and a lot of crazy just weird tension. So yeah, I was in a couple of places where there were pretty big fights, and there's some kids in the streets just like throwing rocks to the windows of the bar we were at, and just like totally took out all of the windows and just glass everywhere, because the words were exchanged from the second floor to the street level. Boomer. So brutal. But that was a good year. Amazing. And there's basically no drinking age there. Like I saw drunk 12-year-olds in Sweden, so I learned how to drink and had amazing coffee. Good stuff. Hmm. Yeah, crazy. Mm. Wow. Well, I'm glad you're safely back, and yeah, I'll look out for your notifications for live stream. I want to hear you again, and message at you too. So it's like 8 hours difference, right? Like the UK and Japan, it's not like the full 16. I'm sure I could find that out in just a second, but yeah. Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, you're not on internet. Yeah, K5. Yeah, take care. Yeah, thanks for getting on. I'm sorry it costs data. It costs data to hang. That's crazy. Wish I could send you some data. Yeah, you should get a prepaid phone, and we can all donate data. Yeah, take care. Yeah, take care of yourself, and yeah, and hopefully when you get data back, I want to see your. I'll take a look at your Instagram. I want to see what you're doing with 3D. Yeah, take care. Okay, 9 a.m. Cool, cool. Yeah, I think my phone says all about that. If I actually pay attention. Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, so not such a huge time difference. So yeah, I think 8 hours behind instead of 16 or 15, depending on daylight savings. Cool. Hmm. Yeah. Take care, and hopefully, yeah, you can. Verizon will relent, and you can update your phone. That sucks. Yeah. Yeah, but I've had no nothing good to say about Verizon. Damn. Yes, I'm already stalking you. I'm finding out exactly when you're sleeping. uh, yeah. Wow, it's crazy. Right, right. Well, that's better. I think that might, yeah, that might work a little more easily for doing like an online game thing, because the American time difference is just, yeah, it's a little too much. Well, depending, I guess, depending on which coast. Nice. Wow. Hmm. Yeah, that's good. Wow, I have FTP'd the cartoons and everything. This is a very exciting visual. Just the blank of my Photoshop. Ah. Oh. Ah, yeah, yeah. Mm. Your black soul. Nice. Yes, it's just a an infinite darkness. Oh yeah, and I got a weird circles in my eyes. You're a black British soul. Uh, wow. Well, I'm glad you had fun though. I'm glad you had a chance to get out of your mind. Yeah, well, I guess any place that has militant farmers has daylight savings time. Wow. Mm, nice. Yeah, I'll check out your videos. I want to hear. I want to hear travel stories and adjustment stories. I'm sure that'll be going on for a little while. So, yeah, good stuff. Mm. Oh yeah, yeah. Wait a minute. Oh no. Nice. Yeah, it's oof. Yeah, you got away from this heat though. That's good. It's just gotten worse and worse. We're in the ugly, the dog days of Japanese summer already. Mm. Wow. Mm. Yeah, very good. Oh, oh, Dolly. Yeah, let me bug you with this. I put this link up. Let me see if I still have this link in my. Yeah. Um, I bugged the rest of chat with this earlier, but listen to this. So this was something I was going to bother you with because I love your voice from from listening to your videos. I really like the sound of your voice, and I wanted to ask you to read this story for me, to read these stories. So I've been writing these stories and recorded them as kind of an audiobook, but using AI voice. So please take a listen to that MP3. So that link is an MP3 file. So take a listen to that and see if you can stand the artificial voice, if it sounds okay. Hmm. Yeah. Right. Right. Yeah, but I was so tempted to ask you to you know read these, like record these for me, but I never felt strong enough to impose, because it's a lot of work. It's like not, yeah, it's not an easy thing to do. So I tried to do it with AI, and I'm curious, and it kind of matches because the stories are about technology. So if it's weird, if the voices are weird, it kind of matches the weirdness of the story. But yeah, let me know what you think of those voices, if that voice would actually work for doing a whole series, because I've got a bunch of these stories that I wanted to release somehow. So maybe just make it a podcast of audio. Yeah, yeah. No, that would be good. Yeah, it's pretty realistic, but it still does that weird thing. So if that makes people like not want to listen for very long, because they're only about like 12 to 15 minutes long. So yeah. Oh. Yeah, yeah. Maybe I'll hit you up then. That would be really fun. Yeah, I'd like to try that. I know it's a lot of work, so it's something. But maybe, yeah, now is good timing, because now if you're at home, I might be able to impose a little bit more on your time. But yeah, let's talk about that offline. See if you would like to do that, because yeah, I think your voice would match really well. Uh, so yeah, and tell me what you think of the story too, if it's actually that interesting, because it's kind of speculative fiction about people and technology and all the little ways our lives are ruined by by technology and things. But yeah, that would be good. Wow. That's so funny. You thought I snuck to Japan as a homestay student. Yeah, I think my mother's younger brother did, or that was, yeah, no, that was high school. Yeah, he did that. But yeah, I never imagined yeah, being homestay in Asia. Sweden sounded it would though. I think the parties were a lot better in Sweden actually. Uh, wow. But yeah, I think it's getting. Yeah, I better see what's going on. Oh wow. Yeah, yeah. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, Japan wasn't on my radar so much when I was growing up. I mean, I grew up with a lot of the dubbed TV stuff and Godzilla movies and stuff. But yeah, I didn't ever think about actually the actual country, like actually being there. That's funny. Nice. Yeah. Wow. Oh, cool. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, I think that is a easier, more fun time too. Yeah, high school, you're still. Yeah, the nice thing about it was, well, basically, I hated the high school that I was in, and I finished a year early, and I didn't want to start university early, because basically I was going to go to university with my girlfriend, or that was tentatively the plan, and she still had another year. So I, yeah, had a year to kill. So I just did, instead of working, I just went homestay just to kill some time. So yeah, that was nice, because then there wasn't actually pressure. Like, I was done with high school, so there wasn't academic pressure at all. So it was just social and linguistic. Yes, I did. Yeah, I got. Yeah, it just high school was terrible. I mean, it was like the level of the school was good, but the people there were terrible. It was a weird. The location was just like really really bizarre. So there's like super rich kids and super poor kids, and it was just like culture war, like class warfare the whole time. It was really miserable. So I just got the hell out, and yeah, just bummed around Sweden for a year. Uh, but yeah, good stuff. Always, especially at that age too, where they're just like puppeting their, parents' opinions, and yeah, it's crazy. No, not like that. Yeah, not not as California. It was more. It was Midwest. So it was. yeah, however the Midwest does that. More Italians, a lot more Italians than in Clueless. Yeah. That's funny. Yeah, I think Clueless was. I don't know if it was the Valley or if it was. Yeah, it was L.A. somewhere. I can't remember. Or it must have been because they were. Yeah, that family was. Although the family's pretty wealthy, so maybe Beverly Hills or something. Yeah, yeah. Your own unique brand of shittiness. Nice. Mm. That's right. It's all rich kids. It's all rich kids. That's right. It's like Bel Air and Beverly Hills. Yeah, I haven't seen that movie. Yeah, in a long, long time. Since it's probably been 20 years since I've seen that movie. Whenever it came out, when Alicia Silverstone was a, a commodity, an actress, a name, not a commodity, a name. Uh, yeah, I was too busy watching Rebel Without a Cause when I was young. Uh, Not that old. Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, definitely, because that was the same. It was the same director as Fast Times at Ridgemont High, wasn't it? Yeah, so that's like super classic '80s teen comedy, and I think that was the same director. Mm. Yeah, yeah. Fast Times was legitimately Valley because I think that was like Glendale Galleria and everything, and yeah, this was yeah, and Clueless was rich girls and cell phones and stuff. That's right. Yeah, yeah, that's right. I think it's a yeah. So it's the same director, like doing a same kind of movie 10 years later. That's crazy. Yeah, all I remember from Clueless is isn't uh there's a band in it that I noticed. Isn't Social Distortion in Clueless? No, maybe not. That's I think is that too recent? Yeah, I thought. Yeah, I can't remember. I thought they were maybe somebody more '90s. I guess they're kind of '90s. Somebody was that I remember noticing. But it's the same director, so it's the same tone. Yeah, that same high school comedy. Just many more. The kids were a lot poorer. Uh, Whoa. Well, I should wrap it up. Let's see. Yeah, yeah. I'm almost 4 hours. I guess I should hang out for six more 6 more minutes to hit the 4 hour mark. But yeah, I gotta find out what's happening for dinner. Yeah, it really sucks. This is the time for all the festivals, summer festivals, and everything is canceled. So yeah, my daughter doesn't know what to do. Yeah, yeah, I think so. I think that the original movie was the Fast Times was, yeah, but it was pretty classic too because I mean that was the first big appearance of Sean. What's his face? I can't remember anybody's name with the camera on. Uh, yeah, but there were a lot of people that their careers kind of started on that. Yeah, I'm not sure. I know. I feel like such an amateur compared to you. I saw your 9 hour stream. I'm like, ah, it's brutal. Yeah, I could draw all the cartoons for what a month. I think in 9 hours. Yeah, Sean Penn. Thank you, Jesus. That's brutal. Yeah. Oh, that's right. I should remember Robin Wright Penn, his ex-wife. He was married to Madonna too, wasn't he? Yes. Yes. Yeah. Definitely. Yeah. I think too much money is Tim Burton's kryptonite. Yeah, early Tim Burton. Yeah, Pee Wee's Big Adventure and Beetlejuice. Yeah, that's good stuff. And then we have, yeah, those recent, the Alice in Wonderland and his Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. Those are brutal. Mm-mm-mm. That's good. Oh yeah, Edward Scissorhands too. Yeah, yeah. That, I think that was like one of his last kind of like classic movies where you didn't. Yeah, where there wasn't like it wasn't full of computer graphics and stuff. Yeah, because by the time he was doing like his Planet of the Apes was terrible, and yeah, there was a lot of stuff that you didn't understand why they chose him to direct. Yeah, that was really, really odd. Yeah, right, right, yeah, yeah, yeah. His real effect, yeah, the practical. I guess you can say practical or like stop motion. He did a lot of like stop motion stuff. But yeah, the practical stuff is so much better when it's actually in the room. Ah, yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, right, right. That was I think Nightmare Before Christmas. I think that was the animation. Like why that was the animation was nice is that's Henry Selick. Like he was a very popular '80s stop motion animator. But I mean, it's all Tim Burton's designs and story and everything. But the animation was really good. Practical. Yeah. Yeah, it's really funny. I wonder if he just got too famous or just stopped caring or I don't know what happened. Very odd. Mm. Yeah. Yeah, Tim Burton. That's a shame. Oh, oh, but no, definitely his last classic was uh Ed Wood. So that was the best Tim Burton Johnny Depp collaboration is Ed Wood. That movie's insanely good. It's just yeah, you can tell that he because I think Vincent Price was Tim Burton's Bela Lugosi. Like he met Vincent Price towards the end of his life, and he put him in Edward Scissorhands, and so I think that he really like that script had a lot of his kind of idolization of old Hollywood and stuff in it. Yeah, yeah, yeah. No, definitely. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I just kind of didn't innovate anything anymore, and just like people were throwing crazy money at him, so it's like, sure, I'll do that. I don't know. I don't know how he chose stuff later. It seemed a little odd. Yeah, really weird, weird decisions. Yeah, yeah. No, it doesn't have. There's nothing uh, super stylistic, but it showed that he could tell a really interesting story and had a really good take. I mean, it was definitely sanitized, like made a lot uh, nicer and less depressing than I think Edward's real life, but the kind of romanticized version of a small time guy in Hollywood is very nice and shot in black and white and everything. Mm. Mm, mm-hmm. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, that's true. A lot of the studio demands, and to get those kind of paychecks, I'm sure whatever whatever it took was fine. Yeah, yeah. I think that you could definitely tell there was weird involvement or interference in stuff. Yeah, it's too bad. Mm. Wow. 9 hours. This 4 hours, I'm already like, you know, feeling stiff and not being able to, I'm shifting in my seat. I can't imagine 5 more hours. I guess if I'm working on something, it'll be a little bit easier, but oof, you're amazing. Oh, I'm not sure what's for dinner. We've got some steaks in the fridge, so probably something that had eyes and is now bloody. So maybe you don't want to hear about it. But yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure what's going on. Yeah, yeah. Right. No, I think that's a good idea to just turn on the stream when you'd be working anyhow. Yeah, I need to find other things that I'm. Yeah, I don't do anything that's very streamable though. Yeah, maybe painting miniatures would be good, but haven't done any of that recently. But like writing or building websites is not very streamable. Uh, you are amazing. Yes, yes, I concur. I agree. That is amazing. No, it's really good. I mean, streaming is a perfect match for your doll work. That's excellent because it's yeah, good for people to see like your actual pace of doing things, and yeah, that's really good. Yes. Yeah, yeah, no, definitely. You taught me stuff that I was like, oh, you can that they have analytics for that. Oh, okay. Yeah, I appreciate that so much. Mm-mm. Yeah. No, yeah, I think it slows down, and also you kind of have to hold your hands in an odd angle. Like the miniature painting is funny, so you're painting for your eye, but then you have to get the camera at a good angle so you can not be doing something strange. Yeah, I haven't had luck finding a good setup for that, but I should do that. Yeah, it would definitely make me do it more often too, which would be good. Good, good. All right, so I'm off to dinner, and so yeah, I'm so glad you got on, Dolly. I'm glad to know you're okay, and we can still keep in touch. That helps a lot. Wow. That's funny. Yeah, right, right. Yeah, finding a good angle and then not leaning in front of it. Or when I was painting miniatures, I would just like move them off camera. I'd be like, "Oh, this is going really well," and yeah, nobody could see what I was doing because I was too focused. All right. Yeah, it was good to chat. Yeah, I'm glad. I'm glad to catch up and hear you're doing well. Yeah, you can find a situation without a mama, I'm sure, that would be more comfortable. But yeah, so that will be it for this week. And so thanks everybody for joining me. I appreciate Joe, and thanks for the donation, Joe, and K5 and Sedona. Great to see all you guys back. Yeah, sorry for the last week was a late stream, and the week before was a sick stream, so there was no stream. And I'll be back next week. So abusecartoons.com is the website, and then the archive of everything, like I showed for the comments section, is gocomics.com/domestic abuse. Yeah, take care, Joe. Yeah, it was great. So yeah, later everybody, and yeah, so be back next week, same time ish, I hope. Yes, it'll still be holiday here, so I should be okay. And yeah, see everyone again. Take care and stay safe, and yeah, we'll be back next week. Goodbye. Bye.